my debt is happy.
Hey, stop flipping with that dial. Be faithful.
Remember, you can send your thoughts to 070-1933-9962.
Be faithful to 95.1 Today FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the business news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. Kogi State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has apprehended a trailer laden with adulterated petroleum products along with 3 suspects. The commander of the command's headquarters in Lokoja, Peter Maigari, while parading the suspect, said his men made the arrest on March 4, 2021. According to him, criminals have become sophisticated in their modus operandi to evade arrest. He added that it took the eagle eyes of the anti-vandal unit of the NSCDC to uncover the petroleum products neatly wrapped in polythene bags and covered with bags of sawdust. The commander also said an escort of the goods reportedly escaped and vowed to ensure that all those behind the acts were arrested and prosecuted. Driver of the trailer, who is a 25-year-old Mustafa Mohammed, a native of Potiskum in Yobe State, said he was not aware of the content of the consignment, that he was only called to load it from Port Harcourt, River State to delivery in Suleja in Niger State. Also denying knowledge of the owner of the consignment, he said the escort, who ran away on citing the security personnel, contracted him for the job. Over 642,860 smallholder farmers across 35 states of the Federation have received support from Unity Bank PLC under the Central Bank of Nigeria Anchor Borrowers Program to boost food production and attain self-sufficiency in rice production in Nigeria. Assessing the flag off of the 2020 wet season harvest aggregation in KB, the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Unity Bank, Tommy Somofun, reassured the rice farmers of the bank's commitments to providing necessary support to rice farmers in Nigeria. While delivering a goodwill message, Somofun went down memory lane, stating that the birthing of the bank was closely linked to the critical role it played in agriculture financing. Following the multidimensional impact of COVID-19 on Africa's economic outlook, International Support Network for African Development, an initiative implemented in partnership with the Worldwide Fund for Nature, said tougher times await developing economies if policymakers fail to design and implement friendly environmental economic recovery plans. The United Nations had projected that the global economy lost nearly 5.5 trillion naira I'll take that again. The United Nations had projected that the global economy lost nearly 5.5 trillion naira in output due to the COVID-19 pandemic as the economic slump wiped out nearly all gains of the past 4 years. In Nigeria, the International Food Policy Research Institute had noted that during the lockdown alone, Nigeria's GDP suffered a 34.1% loss, amounting to $16 billion. While 27% of Nigeria's labor force, accounting for 21 million Nigerians, is reportedly unemployed as poverty level hits record high, the non-profit organization said resource mobilization for nature-based solutions would not only support biodiversity, but contribute to poverty alleviation. On the foreign scene, Niger's President Mohamedou Issoufou, who is stepping down as president next month after 2 terms in office, has been awarded the 2020 Ibrahim Prize for Achievement in African Leadership. 68-year-old Issoufou was announced winner of the $5 million prize by the Mo Ibrahim Foundation following a meeting of its independent prize committee. The prize committee, in its citation, praised the president's exceptional leadership after inheriting one of the world's poorest economies facing seemingly unsurmountable challenges. Throughout his time in office, he fostered economic growth, shown unwavering commitments to regional stability and to the constitution, and championed African democracy. President Mohammed was first elected president in 2011 through democratic means following many years of military rule in Niger. He was elected for a second term in 2016 and will be stepping down next month, demonstrating his clear respect for the constitution. His decision to quit after 2 terms has enabled Niger to have the first democratic transition between elected leaders since it became independent from France over 60 years ago. And that was the business news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap and running water, avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon. I am Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned. Andre Gorgi comes up next.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. Wanna wake me. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
Una don't hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
A better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM. Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, a beautiful afternoon to you. It's still your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, and you're welcome to Andre Gorgie. Well, where, of course, we get to delve into the education matters making the rounds. You know, it was International Women's Day yesterday, and I listened to lots of people talk about women and, of course, the issues surrounding women. But one big part of it was education of women. And we'll be treading around that path a little bit today. But I'm not alone here. I've got Wealth Wilson. Wealth, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's great to be here on Andre Gorgie. And for those people who do not know, you're just listening in on this particular time for this particular show for the first time. This show is about education, designed to give you all the news headlines and matters arising within the educational sector and sphere in the country. Once again, you're welcome. Wealth Wilson here, and definitely it's not just myself and Wisdom. We have...
Well, Jonathan Akinology is still the name. It's nice to be here, and we're going to be talking education, and that's one of the best things that I like.
Well, we thank God Wealth is a woman. That would help us, because we'll be looking at education of the girl child. And like I said, yesterday was International Women's Day. And I mean, the fun and the celebrations coming in, women getting some nice time to talk about themselves. And of course, the men praising the women. I did too myself. And by the way, my name is Wisdom Obina. And we are in a country most times where we get to hear kidnappings, abductions, and all that. But people get really worried when it involves the women. I mean, we get worried when it involves both the male gender or the female gender. But for the ladies, because of what's involved most times, their personalities and what have you. But would just run through some little tidbits and news surrounding the education sector.
All right,
and
then.
we'll return with this discussion.
All right, then. Quickly, on the Nation's newspaper, we do have that NGO donates books, orders to keep Adamawa girls in school. Now, little wonder why you think that would happen. That particular area has been also hit by the insurgent and insecurity as well. Well, let me just give you a rundown of what this is about. Over 900 out-of-school girls who return to school in Adamawa State on the prompting of Pro-Girl Child Organization are benefiting from further intervention to keep them in school. Over 600 of the girls in 2 focal local government areas of the state have received books, pens, pencils, as well as school bags and sandals, with 300 awaiting their turn in the 3rd local government to be reached next week. Now, Africa's Center for Leadership Strategy and Development, which is executing the intervention project with support from Malala Fund, said while heading and handing out the school materials to benefit female students in Norman at the weekend, that the current distribution program, which first took place in Song earlier in the week, will be extended to Maiha local government area next week. Now, Executive Director of the Center for LSD, Mr. Monde Osasa, said 317 girls got school materials in Song and 318 were in Norman for the distribution exercise and what have you. Now, scrolling right down, you might get a clearer understanding as to why this initiative and this body is ensuring that the out-of-school girls are getting materials that will bring them back to school. First off, in the northern area, you understand that we still have the issue of battling with child marriage, and child marriage is generally affected by younger girls, right? And then these younger girls do not wind up having the opportunities to go back to school even after being given out in marriage. So this is something that a lot of initiatives and NGOs should pick up, because we are looking at a good number of young children out of school. Let's now focus on the female population. Away from insurgent and insecurity, we understand that other things are, limiting the girl child within this other region, and because of certain religious practices, the girl child within this region may not be given the opportunity to go to school, or may not be given, the go ahead to get education. And this is something that we've been trying to battle with for so long in the country. Now, winning the battle is what I do not understand, if we've gotten headway or not. But then again, this is something that both government, individuals, NGO, politicians, every single person should look into. The girl child and education within the north, that's considering certain religious practices and insecurity, and then the girl child and education within the south or even west. Now, this time around, considering economic and socio-political strength. Now, we're looking at people within this other region, that is the south, the west, the east, who have girl children who they would want to put in schools, but then again, financial capabilities of the parents seem to be a limitation. So all round, there are things that we need to tackle for education for younger girls and even boys inclusive.
Well, I'd like to corroborate your statement there, Wealth. If you ask me, the northern part of Nigeria has actually had its fair share of what you might call being deprived of education, not because they have actually been deprived of it, perhaps because their culture, tradition has not allowed them to educate the girl child. Now, if we take a look at what we discussed yesterday, what had to do with the International Women World Day yesterday, it's still the same thing. So what we need to really focus our attention on is how best to put together the educational system and have a way of bringing up the girl education. Educate a woman. You have you've brought up a country. And once we do that, we've been able to bring up something that's going to strengthen that particular country which we're looking for.
All right. I mean, studies over time have always shown that, educating the female child, and of course, they end up being mothers at times. It helps even the child. I mean, studies.
An educated mother
exactly.
brings up,
a healthy child, first of all, then of course a well-to-do child. But Wealth, quickly, while we have grown, I mean, in 1970, it used to be a ratio of 40% to probably 60 or 30 to 70 in terms of maybe the male gender and the female gender.
Of course,
in terms of registering children in school and what have you. But over time, between 1970 and of course 1990, it grew from 30 to about 80%, where you say, okay, all the boys are going to school. 80% of girls, at least in the regions where girls going to school for girls is even accepted.
Exactly. That's just it.
But how far do you think we've come from the 90s and maybe the 80s and 70s, looking at 2021 when it comes to ladies going to school across board, the north in a bit, but across board? In your own estimation, how far do you think we've actually come? Does it look exactly balanced?
Well, talking about how far we've gone, first off, within this particular region now, in focus, we've seen more persons who've braced up and allowed their young girls, to live life like they should, not because, somebody, one gender or one sex has to be subjugated. So therefore, within this region, we've seen a good amount of encouragement from parents within this region for their girls to go to school. Definitely, we've seen that happen. But then, some certain areas, maybe be rural or because of, funds as to how they would be able to put their children into school. Those limitations are still pretty much there. And we understand that the government have also, contributed their own quota. We see them building public schools and sometimes free education in some cases in different states. And that sort of encourage and foster more people to put their girl children into schools. But then for other regions as well, I do think that in as much as the government has to come to the realization of the importance of education, whether Christian or Muslim populated, that's talking about the region now. I think that there's still limitations, but then it's not as bad as what it used to be back in the day. We've seen headway, and it's looking good right now. It could be better, but we're still trying to get that done.
Well, I think, Wealth, you actually took the words right out of my mouth. Looking at what we had then compared to what we have now, we've grown beyond a level of not understanding the need to get the female child educated. And the percentage since then till now has actually grown. And the importance of educating the female child has actually added value to the development of the country. We've had several women taking up positions in government, international community, and much more than that. So what we need is to increase the number of female child education and, have a way around not allowing them to be subjected to the Ministry of Home Affairs. That's what I call it. A lot of people say a woman's place is in the kitchen, Ministry of Home Affairs. But that doesn't really work in England, does it then? Okay.
All right, well, go with the next news.
Moving on to the next headline. This one says the hijab crisis in Kwara schools reached a head last week, with the state government permitting Muslim girls attending Christian missionary schools to use hijab. Now, I thought this was very interesting because, first off, we've always had, that religious conflict as to what we allow, what we do not allow, what we permit and what we do not permit. And this time around in our schools, there are schools within this region that are Catholic owned, right? And then, people who are not Catholic or not Catholic second guess whether or not they would allow for their children to attend these schools. So let me just quickly give you the rundown of what this is about, right? This one says there is no let up in the controversy over whether or not Muslim students can wear hijab. A head covering in grant-aided schools, secondary schools in Kwara State. Indeed, the crisis heightened last weekend following the government's approval that female students in grant-aided mission schools could wear the hijab to school. Founders of the schools have vowed to resist the government's decision. The schools in question are Cherubim and Seraphim College, St. Anthony College, Equat School, Baptist Secondary School, Bishop Smith Secondary School, CAC Secondary School, and a list of others, right? Now, to forestall any breakdown of law and order in Ilorin Metropolis, the state government has temporarily shut down the 10 mission schools until March 8, being yesterday. Now, the government added that the reopening of the schools will be dependent on the resolution of hijab controversy in the affected schools. Now, earlier, some Muslim organization had urged the government to impress it on authorities of the affected schools to allow their female students wear hijab. This prompted a meeting between government and leaders of both Christians and Muslim. Now, at the meeting presided over by the Deputy Governor Kayode Alabi, the state urged the parties to bury their differences and allow peace to reign. Now, it's a long read. You might find out in the Nation's newspaper, but then let's get on to discussing this particular matter.
Exactly. I mean, they touched it this morning. That's in today's quest, a little bit of it, but we are going to definitely delve into that. Now, I don't know, Jonathan, is there anything wrong with, you think there's something wrong with having a school where, depending on your belief, you choose to wear hijab, you don't choose to wear hijab, or your business?
No, I'll tell you one thing for sure is, if we take a look at what hijab is, hijab actually, if we want to take a look at the history, it's not a tradition. It's something that was worn. Yeah, it's something that was worn, which, you know, in the Sahara, Sub-Sahara, where we had dust and the heat to cover themselves. So it is now, according to the British people, they call us quarters. I've always said this, we're quarters that is copycat. Anything we do in Nigeria, it's always copying what we see without really.
But in the other parts of the world, they still wear hijab.
Well, they are also
Dubai,
the same. Now,
Kuwait.
hijab is not something that is religious.
Now, here's the thing.
It's not.
Just to clear that. Just to clear
same,
that, there's something they call acculturization, where you allow or invite,
absorb the culture,
absorb a certain culture, a certain style. Now, this for me, this for you rather, may not be any religion, be a thing of religious covering or what have you. But then again, it is culture that has over time won the hearts of the people and have become indoctrinated into their way of life.
In the religion, that's the Muslim religion. I think it's a part of them. Go to Kuwait, go to Saudi Arabia, go to...
Okay, you are now Al-Haji Wiz. Now, the question here is, how many of us understand the meaning of Al-Haji and Halaja? How many of us?
Even Malam and the others. But basically,
for those of us who are listening, let's get this clear. An Alhaji is a visitor. And a Halaja is a visitor. When you go to Mecca, for the pilgrimage.
Exactly.
They call you Al-Haji, Al-Hajja.
Okay.
When we come back home, we automatically take it as a title.
All right.
No. I think we haven't been able to spell something clearly out here now. Now, they're talking about hijabs in schools, right? Now, having to allow Muslim students, especially girls within the schools, mission or not, Christian or not, to at least wear their hijab, seeing that it is now a part of their way of life.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
So there's that's where I'm driving at.
Yeah.
Because I think from the definition you gave, I thought you were sort of antagonizing
I'm absolutely not against it. I believe if it's what they want, they should be allowed to put on their hijab and feel free. I agree with that. Absolutely.
Even though the foundation of these schools
makes
are
no
actually
difference.
Christian, or because they get grants, I think that's the problem. And the faith on which these schools are built, it's just like going to a Muslim school and you're not going to wear hijab.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's a two-sided thing for me. First off, if you are opening a school, or if you feel that you're going to this school and you must wear your hijab because this is what you believe in, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
Absolutely.
But then again, you must also understand the nitty-gritties of a person or a private individual owning their institution and having rules and regulations that almost abide with.
Yeah.
So if you're coming to my school and I'm a Christian and I'm telling you that as a Christian I
you're
do not
not
want
put
any
this
of
on.
this,
Yes.
but I would accept you, but then this is the limitation, or this is how far you can go.
Yes.
Then I think that it's also in the right of the owners of this institution
To
to
take
also
that
have
decision,
those laws.
yeah.
But then again, you must understand that there's too much tension in the country, and then whenever we try to read or to be too logical about certain things, whether pros and cons as to whether you should allow or do not allow, it may likely heighten the tension that we already have in the country.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's where the problem is. If the government can reach an agreement with the mission schools, that while it is a mission school, we understand, a Catholic school and what have you, but then there are Muslim people who want to come into your institution and acquire knowledge.
So it ultimately
must be a compromise
it ultimately
somewhere.
means if the foundation of the school is built on some particular beliefs, it means it's built on a particular religion. And the religion have got their own rules. It means if you're not interested in walking by those rules, maybe you think of another
Then
school.
education as a structure has been destroyed. So if we build the foundation of what we call education...
But it's just like having a Sharia court and a civil court.
Absolutely. So where is the educational system then?
Now, here's the thing. There's so many options when it comes to the educational system in the country.
Okay, then.
Different institutions on different schools. So if you will not or do not think that a certain institution upholds your faith and your religion or your culture, then you can try someplace else.
Absolutely.
All right, 5 facts quickly about girls' education in Nigeria. I'll come back to Wealth and Jonathan in a bit. Enrollment and completion of primary school improving is something that we've had since 2008 on a good rise. Although Nigeria continues to face struggles getting its young females to enter and remain in school, the nation has made considerable progress in recent years, according to the World Bank's education data. The number of girls enrolled in primary school increased from 79% to 92.3% between 2008 and 2013. Enrollment of boys likewise rose from 89 to 95.2%, continuing to remain slightly higher than that of the girls. In addition, rates of primary school completion are also on the rise. For example, in 2008, 64.1% of girls, while by comparison, 75.3% of boys, completed primary school. And in 2010, those numbers had risen to 68.9% and 78.4% respectively. But despite that progress, there is still considerable room for improving girls' education in Nigeria, especially regarding retention. Another would be financing education. Officially, education is free and mandatory for all children in Nigeria, both boys and girls, between the ages of 6 and 15. That being said, Adamu Hussaini, Nigeria's Secretary of Education, said in 2017 that an estimated 10.5 million kids were either not enrolled in or not regularly attending school. Many schools, especially rural ones, continue to charge unofficial fees. The reasons for not attending school for girls range from ideological beliefs about the unimportance of education for females to being unable to afford the unofficial school fees. Beliefs persist that girls' education in Nigeria is unimportant. Groups like the Global Partnership for Education and the Peace Corps offer scholarships paying the school fees for a girl whose parents promised to let her complete her mandated 10 years of education. The third would be the role of mentorship. The importance of mentorship and having female role models should not be underestimated. As more women pursue higher education and enter careers, younger girls will have role models to show them that higher education is attainable for females. All right, women at Nigeria's universities also is another point. Increased participation of women in the education sector is also visible at the university level. When Nigeria gained independence in 1960, only 7.7% of Nigeria's college students were female. But by 2001, that number had skyrocketed to 41.7%, and it continues to rise. In 2009, 45% of all university students in Nigeria were females. Lastly, social benefits of educating women. Levels of female education correlate directly with improved health and overall increased quality of life. Educated women are more likely to seek proper medical care, both for themselves, especially maternal care, and their children. Likewise, higher rates of female education correspond with lower HIV and STD rates. Women are also likely or less likely to get married or give birth as teenagers if pursuing an education. All right, quickly we'll go for the news in 60. I want to return. I'll get the thoughts of Jonathan and Wealth here in the building. And, of course, we would also continue with the conversation.
Today's news in 60.
The National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA, says eligible Nigerians will receive the same AstraZeneca vaccine administered on the President Muhammadu Buhari and the Vice President Yemi Osibanjo. Executive Director of the NPHCDA, Dr. Faisal Shuaib, reassured that there is no difference between the COVID-19 vaccine received by the President and the one that Nigerians will be vaccinated with. The Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board has said COVID-19 vaccination in the state will be done in phases in line with the federal government treatment plan. The board explained that the vaccine will be conducted in 4 phases until all eligible persons are vaccinated. Ogun State Governor Prince Dapo Abiodun has taken delivery of 50,000 doses of AstraZeneca Oxford COVID-19 vaccine donated to the state by the federal government. The governor received the vaccines at the governor's office in Abeokuta shortly after the arrival of the state team led by Commissioner of Health Tomi Koka. On the foreign scene, the United States Center for Disease Control has said people who have been fully vaccinated can gather indoors without wearing a mask.
Today's news in 60.
The one place that offers you exquisite services for your one heart desire. Love Lounge. A wonderful avenue to make lasting friendships and produce loving memories. Welcome to the Love Lounge, Saturdays and Sundays from 10:30 p.m. The Love Lounge. Satisfaction guaranteed. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
Alright, it's still Andre Gorgi on your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. We'll get to delve into the matters making the rounds in the world of education. I am Wisdom Obina, and I do have with me, I still have Wealth Wilson and Jonathan Agenoji here in the building. Well, we're talking about trending stories around the educational sector, especially when it concerns females, since we are beaming our searchlights on educating the girl child. We did talk about the case of wearing hijabs now in schools, mission schools in Kwara State, saying we don't like this. This is not part of our foundation, and we would not permit it. And some people saying no, that's against freedom of education or belief or something. But I don't know the part you are on this, or maybe the side you choose to be on this particular issue. You can send in your thoughts. The text message portal is 0701 9339 962. I'll take that again, 0701 9339 962. Do well to also get across to us on WhatsApp. It's still the same number, 0701 9339 962. We'll get to the phone lines in a bit, but quickly, let's just round up on that particular one. Jonathan, I didn't clearly get the side. You and Wealth tried to be political about it. She touched every side. But where do you stand on this particular one? You think everyone should dress the way they want?
I'll tell you one thing for sure. I mean, we keep calling. We say I'm a Muslim. We say I'm a Christian. Now, if as a Christian I feel I can find educational acquisition in a Muslim school, then I might as well go there. If a Muslim child feels the education in a Christian school is good for him or her, I think that's also appropriate. Now, we're now bringing in sentiments into education. Sentiments. What has hijab got to do with acquisition or impartation of knowledge? Now, that's a major problem where I see as hypocrisy and lies.
Including if the foundation of the institution
it's
is Christian?
absolutely wrong. You can't bring in hypocrisy into education. You're bringing in religion into what I put on. It's the way I wish to express myself.
But the religion brings some of the money.
The religion, it's not the question. It is the education.
Okay.
We're mixing religion with education. We're mixing sentiments with education. The bottom line is, I want to get educated. You're imparting knowledge on me. What I wear, what has it got to do with what I'm learning?
So therefore, the parents, all the families of the Muslims within these mission schools should not demand that their children be allowed to wear hijabs, because here is where you come to learn. And if under the institution is saying that we're a Christian body, and as a Christian body all our activities are supposed to be centered around a particular thing, then you coming in and understanding already that this is a Christian institution should be ready to live with it.
Well, I agree with you on that, but I'll tell you one thing. If we want to base your statement on that, the Reverend Sisters also wear hijab. It might not be as long. So what are we talking about?
Well,
there we go.
If you go to this mission schools, how many of the girls within the school that have been enrolled do you see wear the attire of the Reverend Sister? It's just Is it about the cloth they wear, or about they have uniforms? They have how they expect their students to look like. Now, if there's anything that I might say or see as a meeting point, is that government, institution owners, and then parents bring their arguments and have a meeting ground. Okay, we understand that this is a Christian body. We like the school. We understand that education here is priority for you, and we want our children to get this sort of education that you offer. Then this is what's going to happen. We like our children wearing hijabs. We do not want the children in the school wearing hijabs that's coming from the institution. And then in the end of the day, the government has a way to mitigate. Okay, you have to understand or take off your children, or this institution has to look for a way to accommodate different religion within the school. It's just
my child deserves education, and my child puts on a hijab. You better give my child that education.
All right, we'll get to still continue with our conversation. But like I said, you can be part of the discussions here. Like you can like you've observed. It's maybe I think Jonathan is on the other side. Wealth is on the other side. But you can be part of the conversation. 0701-9339-962. Send in your text messages. But let's move on to our discuss today. I mean, the real issue we're trying to actually talk about now. Wealth, you've been a lady in this country for a while. I don't know so far. What are the biggest challenges you feel that are mitigating the education of women in Nigeria?
Well, if you follow historically with the whole issue, it starts first with, parents not thinking that, the female or the girl child should be given some sort of education or extra hands, understanding that there are certain specifications for that gender in society. But then over time, we've seen change, we've seen awareness, and we've seen some sort of shift in narrative. And right now, we understand that a good number of parents, whether in the north or south, may likely want their children to have education, whether female or male. But then, there are other problems within society that also poses as challenges, serious challenges. Funding, poor funding. The parents may not have enough money to put their children through school, and in the end of the day, they have to do a scale of preference. Who should I send to school? The eldest one or the younger one? Should I send the male or the female? Which of them has more prospects? So that's what is being brought on the table now. And secondly, another challenge would definitely be issues of religion and societal constraints, especially in certain regions as well. So all of this, cultural and economical issues pose serious challenges, two very serious challenges. But what has the government done so far to help mitigate the situation? Definitely, we've seen government from different states, especially within this region, who somewhat prefer solution by creating public schools that would be free for all. But then again, how many of these public schools are functional? How many of them do not also pose threat in itself to the girl child within the school? I mean, the schools are not properly, do not have proper security. The schools do not have enough teachers, and guidance there seem to be a bit lax on the lackadaisical, side.
Yeah.
So you see that there are other challenges that grow within the solution, or the so-called solution that government wanted to give to help mitigate the challenges. But then again, there's a lot we can do, but then we haven't really gotten it all right.
Jonathan, do you think we've done enough? I mean, the government, the parents, have we done enough in terms of educating the girl child?
Well, if you ask me, I'll tell you one thing for sure. I think the government has done so much more than we can actually, analyze or evaluate. Now, just like Wealth said, the value. I've got female children, 6 of them. I've got 2 boys. Now, who is of value to me? The mentality over time of parents has grown beyond the females don't require education.
Okay.
They're now seeing that the female child is more valuable because the males are now taking themselves or relegating themselves and waiting for the females to take care of them. So the value of the female child is an asset. We've said this time and time and time again. Educate a girl. Wealth here, from what I think I know, is actually a value to the family. Without
you've not been to a family anyway.
I don't need to. I don't.
Go ahead.
I don't need to be
Jonathan.
there. I believe she's a value to the family based on the fact that she's educated and she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
So for the male child, we now sit down and see things from a very lackadaisical attitude or lackadaisical point of view, and that's why we are where we are. So basically, the female child's education is the only way that we will lift ourselves from the doldrums that we find ourselves right now.
All right. I said something yesterday, and I'll still repeat it. Women constitute 50% of our society, and therefore 50% of our potentials. And if we fail to educate women, it means we're neglecting 50% of our potentials, and of course throwing ourselves backward by that same percentage. But Wealth, what can we do going forward? Now, all hands would need to be on deck. There is no doubt about that. I'm not trying to apportion the blame or push it only to the federal government or to the families and the parents and what have you. But going forward, we'll come to the north in a bit, but going forward as a country, what do you think we need to do, or the things we might need to put in place if education for the girl child is to overcome those challenges that it's experienced or it has experienced over the years?
Well, there's a lot that we can do as individuals getting to further understand. I get that the awareness and sensitization has reached very far places, even rural communities, where parents do no longer have to, have a hard time deciding whether or not they expect so much from their girl child or that the girl child will be of any use. But then further sensitization needs to be done. And the society and government has to come to the awareness that education for all is very much important and should be paramount in society. So therefore, we need more schools, not just schools or structures. We need schools that have teachers who are well, taken care of and properly equipped to educate these young ones and pass on this information that will be most useful for their future and for society at large. So that's pretty much it.
Oh, beautiful. To corroborate a statement, we always say one thing. I went to a university and I come out, I say I'm a mass comm graduate. The question here is, you went through the school. Did the school go through you? A major thing on one other side. So for a female education, I think it is the only savior of a home. We always say, I always use that word actually, we always say Ministry of Home Affairs is where the woman belongs. But believe you me, I speak this without mincing words. My wife is my savior.
There's another thing.
I'm telling you.
There's another thing. There's another thing we also have to bring to bear. Teachers, whether in secondary or in high institutions.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing: we have teachers who wind up telling their female students that why. Sometimes they just jokingly say it, that in the end of the day, your husband will take care of you and you get married.
Yeah.
I feel like that's
wrong.
You already sell a mindset to them even before
which is wrong.
See, I feel it's deliberate ignorance. We claim that we've come to that awareness, but yet we haven't really come to the awareness. And that's what we need to also look at. Not people deceiving themselves as though they know that this thing is wrong and they're working towards ending it. But they're saying that they are working towards ending it, but really not working towards ending it. So it starts with all of us, really. The teachers, the lecturers should try as much as they can to stop making it look as though that all that the woman has to live for is to you don't necessarily have to come for a first class. In the end of the day, you will get married and be taken care of.
Which is
that
wrong.
Doesn't make any sense.
So they already grow with the mindset of, even if I make a first class is useless, I'm going to be shipped away.
Which is absolutely wrong.
Which is wrong.
And society will tell you that a girl child should not be too educated so that she doesn't scare away men. And then you come to think of it, how much sensitization really have we brought to these people? Because again, as I said, it is one thing to say that you are aware. It's another thing to pretend as though you are aware, and that's what's happening in our society. A lot of people pretending to be aware when actually they are not.
My wife loves me. My girlfriend loves me. She's very well educated.
Don't tell me you have all those. You have a wife and a girlfriend.
I'm like giving a description based on what Wealth just said.
Okay.
You know, my wife loves me. My girlfriend loves me. I'm referring to several other persons. And at the end of the day, she's highly educated. I'm not so educated. Of course, I'm educated, not equally. But the bottom line is, I have situations. It's the same girl, if she truly loves me, that's going to bring me out from that pain.
Most people
that's the problem.
Most people don't see it that way. Well, let's
myopic.
Let's open the phone lines. You can reach us on 0817 0000951 0810 9510 951. Good afternoon.
Dave, good afternoon.
This is Wisdom. Well, and Jonathan.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm so used to Bucci, but I will get used to West very soon.
That means you must be a nice person. Your name.
AB is my name. I'm calling from LLO.
Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yes. This issue of hijab, my dear, I think I am worried. I'm worried because over 30 years ago in my secondary school days, I had some classmates of mine who were Muslims, no hijab, no nothing to identify them. I mean, based on their whatever faith they practice, and we are relating as if we have one religion, or as if we are from one family, and all of that. And now we are having such issues. You see, I don't blame the people. I don't blame the religious people. I blame the government. These schools we are talking about already have an existing dress code that we call uniform. So what happens to the uniform?
Okay.
So if you now want to say somebody must wear hijab and all of that, then you are saying that uniform is not important. So let them leave the uniform and everybody appear in their traditional dresses or in their church or religious dresses and come to that school. Is it different from the law school? The judgment that the girl that says without hijab she won't go to the law school. That judgment, is it different? Something is wrong with our political leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Don't forget, do well to also narrow the discussion to how we can probably do better when it comes to educating the girl child here in Nigeria. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Mr. Wisdom Obina, Lady West, and Mr. Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sam.
Good afternoon,
nice to
Mr.
have
Sam.
You. Yeah. Why is the lady with the white shirt here not speaking?
That's a very good way to tell us that you're watching.
Like streaming live. That's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I like you, Mr. Jonathan.
Go ahead, right. Mr. Sam.
Yeah. You see, I will still not agree with my good friend, Mr. Jonathan, by saying one can put on whatever he or she wants to come to school. You see, there are do's and don'ts. And if the school have their do's and don'ts, you come in the first place, they give you the stipulated whatsoever guidelines that is not allowed and is allowed in the school. So why must you force yourself to be in that particular institution? There are so many institutions where if you think they accept hijab or hijab or what have you can go there with your child. But the one that they say no. So government tools should not be complicated.
But you know, Mr. Sam, that they are changeable and bendable do's and don'ts, isn't it? And if you feel that a certain institution gives you the best that you think that your child, deserves, you can actually try to see if the do's and don'ts can be bent.
Lady West, you see, this is this bending of a thing that will keep bending in this country, that things are not going well. Yes, there will be already existing laws, but we'll keep bending it. People will be doing the wrong thing.
All right, Mr. Sam.
Going away with it. Lastly, you see some of the challenges about the girl child education is sometimes these girl child, when they get into school, they are easily deceived by this boy there.
Oh, come on. Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam.
So many parents are discouraged on sending them to a very high level of education, but that is not an excuse anyway.
All right.
Our girl child should be serious on what they are about to get in their education.
All right, Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It was good you added that it's not an excuse, because
of course,
if you say the ladies are deceived when they go to the university or secondary schools, they are deceived. I mean, Okonjo-Iweala went to a school. These two ladies now that manage two banks here in Nigeria also went to schools.
There are numerous other ladies
you choose
that
to get
bank
deceived.
managers, business managers.
Exactly. It doesn't really have in the business. But good afternoon to you. Hello. Good afternoon. Not ready for us.
Wow, we lost that call.
Good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
95.1 FM. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Yes, I'm Chris from Port Harcourt.
Chris, let's hear you quickly.
Okay. For me, I think nobody is stopping women from going to school. The problem with women is that once they go to school, they begin to behave as if tomorrow will not exist. They don't respect people. They behave anyhow.
But that's not exactly true across board. If people choose to be disrespectful, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's because the lady is educated. I mean, it maybe just reveals who she is, but it doesn't have anything to okay because she's educated. That's why she's disrespectful. So if she wasn't educated and if she was stupid, then she would be humble and loyal.
No, I mean, if you go by percentage, you find out that a lot of educated girls are just...
What percentage are we working with now? The survey you carried out by yourself or the one that has been proven by the MBS?
Yes, the one I carry out by myself.
How many schools and how many young ladies have you met in your lifetime, sir?
If you check the people that have made it, the women, like sometimes people will...
For example?
Don't look at our life.
For example, sir?
That's what I'm saying. The Okonji way, like, what does you know that?
But I think that name you mentioned, that's not a good example.
Way beyond what we're talking
Okonjo-Iweala is one of the most humble ladies I have seen.
I'm telling you.
You know,
and that is why she get to that top.
You're actually contradicting yourself.
Let's allow him finish.
Okay.
Yes. Hello. The same thing to the other lady, the NAFDAC.
Dora Kuyili. The late Dora.
Those people, once you do it with respect, in fact, heaven will not even be your limit. You understand?
Okay.
So, but these other ones, they are just at the end of the day.
Okay, they've gotten your advice.
It's really funny. It's really funny, that particular statement, because again, as you mentioned, it has to do with the personality of a person. So if you're saying because a lady is educated, that's why she's like that, I feel you're just I don't know, mixing up things for yourself.
I would rather remarry when I come back to the world, marry an educated lady as against a very good lady from the village, because we're going to have issues.
Talking. All right, let's get to the text message portal. This one says school standards should be maintained. Anyhow, it has been laid down. Pastor Rotimi in Ibuiche, I'm sure, is reacting to the case in Kwara State. This one says, good afternoon, presenters in the studio. My name is Ogulos Cake from Igruta. I really support the school for standing. One of the governors in this country did the same thing, which Annie and Ogama discussed in the morning in the studio. Yes, I think I was listening to that. Someone says, as long as our politicians keep neglecting the real things and are chasing shadows, they should know that by neglecting education and human development and empowerment is a time bomb that they cannot escape. The truth is bitter. Let them industrialize this country. I wonder how that relates to what we're talking about. But this one says, what if a girl Christian decides to go to a Muslim school? Would they allow her in without wearing hijab?
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's a big question.
But as I said, depending on the institution's law and provisions that create and serve as foundation for the institution.
So if the law says just like the Muslim schools you must wear hijab, then everybody coming there must wear hijab. So it ultimately means the mission schools too should toe that direction.
Unless again there is a meeting ground that the government can create between parents from this other religion and the owners of the institution.
I think we've got a major problem here. I'm a Christian, you're Muslim. Why are we forcing each other on ourselves and bringing our tradition? But the bottom line is education is one thing. let's make sure we keep education away from religion. As
All right.
long as we do that, then we'll have a very clear
The
picture.
phone lines buzzing are plenty. Let's see if we can squeeze in one or two calls. Good afternoon, 95.1 FM.
Powerfully inside this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Left Right Center.
Bibi.
Bibi Paleti.
Honorable Bibi, welcome. Let's get your thoughts. Chop knuckle.
Take your knuckle, let it go round.
We collect them. Go ahead.
Okay.
Good. Today FM has its own regulations, right?
Sure.
I don't know if Bucci or Wealth can wear bomb shot to work.
You've not asked. Are you asking?
Are you asking? That's a major one.
No. There are other rules. I will not answer that. But there are rules and regulations around here.
Okay.
No, you will not answer that because it's not possible.
That's according to you.
Because I don't think your manager will entertain that. Don't forget, there was a time somebody was suspended. I think Imo State also asked for assembly. They said he came to the house with, I think, Agnes and 3/4, something like that.
Maybe just make your point quickly. We're out of time.
The truth is, when we have an organization that has its own law, we shouldn't impose another law to that organization. If the school said this is how we dress, then let it be so. They say when you go to Rome, you act like the Romans.
Okay.
The truth is, we keep seeing this happen in those times where you have a governor from the other side of the religion, and it's not fair. Just not cool.
Thank you so much, Bibi.
Thank you so
One
much.
more call and can't take any more. But Jonathan, let me get your final thoughts on this particular issue. It wasn't about the hijab. We're talking about how we can push female education forward, educating the girl child, and of course the issues around it. But your thoughts finally, Jonathan.
Well, to be very frank with you, I'll tell you one thing. The female child's education is uncompromisable, and we need to get our female children educated. And if it comes to hijab or tradition, I think it should be left out of education. Education is a neutral thing. If we mix it with tradition and culture or religion, it's going to have a definitely bad toll on us. So we should disassociate ourselves from that.
All right, that's where we draw the curtains on today's edition of Andre Gorgie. Join us next week, same date, next week, Tuesday, for another exciting edition. Hopefully, Annie will be back for that particular one. But Wealth Wilson has been here. We've also had Jonathan Agenoji. My name is Wisdom Obina, and stay tuned to this dial today, 95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. President Muhammadu Buhari has performed the groundbreaking ceremony for the Eastern Narrow Gauge Railway Project and construction of Bonny Deep Seaport and Railway Industrial Park in Port Harcourt. President Buhari, who performed the ceremony virtually, said the project is aimed at increasing internally generated revenue, creation of massive employment, provide transfer of technology and increase local content across the zones. Buhari encouraged Nigerians, especially manufacturers, farmers and businessmen and women, to utilize the opportunity to plan and build new factories to boost the economy of the nation. The president said the project is the administration's plan to revive the transportation industry to boost the economy and to link other states of the nation. President Buhari also disclosed that the Bonny Deep Sea Port and Port Harcourt Industrial Park is a direct investment by China and international community. Our correspondent Uchendu Ojowo reports that President Muhammadu Buhari directed the Ministry of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, to perform the fiscal groundbreaking ceremony in Port Harcourt on his behalf, which was done at the end of the event. Senator Magnus Abe has maintained that he has no personal grievance with the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. Senator Abe, while speaking on live television, however, said he has political differences with Amechi over his leadership attitude in the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State. The senator, who said he is open to true reconciliation in the APC, noted that himself and some of his supporters do not wish to cross from one political party to another, but those who have political aspiration may be forced to do so.
It's not a personal dispute between me and the former governor and minister of transport. We are both members of the All Progressives Congress. What we are saying is that as members of the party, we have our rights, we have our entitlements, and if those rights and entitlements are respected within the scheme of things, in the scheme of things within the party can move forward. There is nowhere in the country or in the world where every politician in a political party must be a friend to every other politician before the party can run its business. It's not done that way. Whatever issues that may exist between me and the minister that are personal to us, if such issues exist, because I'm not aware of them, that will be between us. But the interest of the APC in Rivers State and the interest of the All Progressives Congress, as far as Rivers people is concerned, demands that we're able to work together both with those we agree with and with those we don't agree with. Let me say this and say it very clearly for the whole world to hear. I have no personal disagreements with the Minister of Transportation. We do have political differences because he is the leader of the party in the state.
Governors of the South states have demanded an upward review of the provision of 2.5% as post-community trust fund in the petroleum industry bill to 10% in the best interest of oil communities and the nation. Chairman of the South Governors Forum and Governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa, made this assertion at the end of the forum's meeting, which held at the Government House, Port Harcourt. The governor's expression states that they believe that if the communities feel satisfied with provisions of funds for them in the PIB, they're more likely going to be watchdog on behalf of the federal government, the states, and oil companies.
While we welcome the Host Community Trust Fund, we do believe that the 2.5% that is appropriated in that bill for the purpose of Host Community Fund is inadequate. We have discussed with our people, and collectively as leaders of the people in our various states and as leaders standing in on behalf of our people, we urge that the National Assembly should increase the provision in the Host Community Fund from 2.5% to 10% in the best interest of our communities and in the best interest of our nation, because we do believe that the communities have a role to play, especially with issues concerning the surveillance of our oil facilities and the pipeline network.
The governors have also advised President Muhammadu Buhari that in the absence of the board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, funds for the commission beyond the payment of salaries should be put in an escrow account until he constitutes the board. Governor Okowa described as worrisome the running of the NDDC in over a year by an interim caretaker committee and now an interim administrator. Present at the meeting were Governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, the Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, Governor of Bayelsa State, Doye Diri, and the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Moses Ekpo, who represented Governor Udom Emmanuel. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt will, on the 15th of April 2021, deliver judgment in a matter instituted by members of Rivers Anti-Corruption Network against the Rivers State government and Accountant General of the state. Our correspondent Uchendu Ojowo reports that the counsel to the plaintiff, Victor Nweke, in adopting his final written address, urged the court to grant 2 reliefs. While Rivers State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Professor Zacchaeus Odango, who is representing the defendants, asked for the court to dismiss the suit for incompetence. Presiding Judge Justice James Omotosho, after hearing on the argument from both counsel, fixed 15th of April 2021 for judgment. Sebastian Palap and Aruchuku Ogbonna, who are plaintiffs in the suit, want the Accountant General of the state and Rivers State government, who are defendants, to make documents on the cost of construction of some past and ongoing projects in the state available in compliance with democratic tenets of accountability to the citizenry. The plaintiff also wants the courts to compel the state government to stop carrying out projects that are not part of the budget unless when necessary, which must also follow due process. On the foreign scene, following the Duke and Duchess of Sussex interview with Oprah Winfrey, crisis meetings involving senior royals have taken place. BBC royal correspondent Daniela Ralph said Buckingham Palace is not in a haste to make a statement about Prince Harry and Meghan's claims. The couple spoke to Oprah about racism, mental health, the media, and other members of the royal family. An average of 11.1 people in the United Kingdom watched the video. The Duchess, who is the first mixed-race member of the modern royal family, said a low point came when Harry was asked by an unnamed royal family member how dark their son Archie's skin might be. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap and running water, avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon, I'm Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned. Today's hustle comes up shortly.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
Pack my bags, I ain't coming.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
I didn't know how to put that. Come on, put that down now. I go match on that. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, that one shoot that police. They go over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up, 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though, what kind of country is this? Hey boy, I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one room. Bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double leverage. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one room. Bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double leverage. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, it's still your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Wisdom Obina, and
of course, Jonathan Aguilar is still my name.
I like the combination, Jonathan.
Well, I'm doing my best to try and keep it cool.
All right, it's still today's hustle on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Well, and we are going to be delving our teeth into a particular issue. We're expecting Barrister Gumagu should be here any moment from now.
And here he comes.
He's here. He's here now. We were just hoping that somehow he would come in at the nip of time. But he did. He did. Barrister, I'm sure. We had to steal you from a lot. We always inconvenience you, I know, but it's always a pleasure to have you join us because you help us make sense of a lot of issues, especially around your region. But it's great to be here, Barrister Gumagu, with us here.
You're welcome. Good afternoon.
All right. Like I told you earlier, or like I was trying to say, we are going to be talking about OSPAC in Emoha and the issue of reinstatement. Now, just in case you missed it, some weeks ago, the
OSPAC, that's the security committee right there in Emoha, they were disbanded by the local government chairman, Tom Alizi, who said, okay, we're done with this. You guys should go off for now, maybe until further notice. It was indefinitely now they were actually suspended or disbanded, as the case may be. All right, so, but, as we speak, there's been issues upon issues. Just a few days later then, someone was killed. Then we moved on to, we are now hearing some people are saying, bring back OSPAC. The OSPAC guys are saying, we want to come back. We want to return. Insecurity is everywhere in Emoha. We're not having it as it used to be under the leadership or maybe the security watch of the OSPAC team. The leadership was disbanded, like I told you earlier, and most times I hear this discrepancy. Now, the meaning of OSPAC in Emoha, at least, Obele Security, Peace and Advisory Committee. It's important because most times...
they just call all of them OSPAC.
Everybody.
They're all OSPAC, really. That's
security,
how we
actually.
Yeah.
All right, but speaking in an interview with our correspondent, Priye Izogu, the commander of OSPAC in Obele community, Anayo Amos, lamented over the influx of various cult groups in the area, causing a high level of insecurity. Now, Amos added that residents could no longer sleep comfortably after the disbandment of OSPAC in the community. The OSPAC commander, however, reassured the group's willingness to work in synergy with security agencies to provide lasting peace in Obele community if reinstated. Well, we'll come to Barrister Agumagu, but Wealth, quickly, I would also get Jonathan's thoughts on this particular one. We've seen the news reports every single day as it progresses, and, we've had the back and forth concerning this particular. Some saying, OSPAC should go, human rights abuse and what have you, or some others saying, no, they should return. We've had the issues we had before SPAC came in, insecurity. We can't ply our roads peacefully as at the usual times that we call dirty times, 9, 10 p.m., 11, 12 p.m., as the case may be. But let me get your thoughts on this, Wealth.
You see, I think one thing we have to understand as a people is that solution should be solution in all sense, whether or not it is, instigated for basic reasons. As long as it's called solution, it should be a solution. Now, when we cried and clamored for a need for something to be done because of the rising insecurity in the state, and communities, local government, and even with the help of state government and House of Rep members as well, instituted OSPAC or security outfits within their communities,
and local
right? The idea was to serve as a solution and an extended arm of security agencies within these communities that seem to be widely disturbed by criminal elements everywhere. And then when they were instituted, at first they did very well, but then, as I said, a solution should be a solution and not just for a while and then turn into a problem that we're trying to mitigate in the first place. So when OSPAC came in, we did see a huge number of difference, in the reduction of criminality. We saw some criminal elements, repent. Some of them even tell you that they now want to be better citizens and do better for their people within their communities. And then as time progressed, we began to hear stories of OSPAC officials, working on their own, sometimes without the supervision of the security agency being the police. And other times we got allegations of rape, intimidation, torture, and what have you. And all of these things are just pretty much a pointer to what we were crying for earlier, especially with our security agencies, away from criminality now. Now we're now talking about security agents at the time who were high-handed. And then we're seeing the same people that we brought together or we fought would be lasting solution to our problems constitute same problems that we cried for and created them to solve. So it then means that something somewhere wasn't put rightly. It then means that we weren't able to check first off if this would be a long-lasting solution to the problems that the people clamored for. If yes, then how can we ensure that the solution does not turn to a problem in itself, where things that we would have checked as whether local government or community people before we fully instated them into fighting crime and criminality within our locals. But then, you know, we hastily needed something to happen, and then we hastily constituted OSPAC and whatever other vigilante name that they're known by. And then somehow we saw, you know, the same things that we were clamoring against replay right before our eyes. And now they've been disbanded in Emoha local government area. And with the disbandment came, you know, different clamors. Some people saying, no, why did you disband them? Other people saying, yes, insecurity it is returned. A good thing. And currently we're hearing some persons say that insecurity is now the order of the day in some places such as Obele now. And then you want to believe that, okay, after the disbandment, what was put in place? If at all were crying or calling for reinstatement of OSPAC within this place. I was listening to the commander. There was a voice back yesterday on the news, and he was saying that they've been able to sharpen up their relationship with security agents and ensure that, you know, there is no repeat on the allegations that they had previously. And, you know, that's pretty much what we expect to hear, right? But then is that the actual thing or the process put in place? Because it's one thing to say that, yes, we've learned our lesson. It's another thing to actually see them work differently when they are being reinstated. So what are the things that were put in place, especially within the local government, the community, the elders, everybody coming together and talking to the boys within the sub-security outfit and asking them what the problem was and how to tackle it is, you know, the way forward. And then plus the fact that now we have the neighborhood watch. I don't really know if we may be needing their services so much now because it might be conflicting. But then again, Neighborhood Watch won't be working with arms. They're just purely intelligence driven, isn't it? But then, well, you never can tell, really.
Well, that particular part.
I mean, the last time we had
lots of questions around it.
The last time we had a conversation with the commander, he sounded a bit too haughty, and plus the fact that he was too defensive, so we didn't have a very good conversation with him, and he didn't get to give us a proper elucidation. He didn't want to get involved in the issues
with the OSPAC also. But Jonathan, quickly before I come to Barrister Gumagu, who I'll definitely be asking a lot of questions. Because of insecurity returning and what have you, and they're crying, should we just reinstate OSPAC in Emoha?
Well, take it or leave it. Security is a very, very important thing. Before disbanding them in the first place, there must have been a reason.
Yeah.
Now, having them come back, you can't alienate yourself from security in any environment. There must have been certain reasons for their being disbanded, and having them come back is either for good or bad. But security is a top priority.
All right, Barrister Gumagu, good afternoon to you once again.
Good afternoon.
And just to mention, I think he's also from Memoha.
Yeah, I'm from
Memoha. Yeah, great. So it's much better.
I'm from Memoha community.
It's much better. All right, Barrister Gumagu, from you being someone who's from this area and understands the system, and of course you have followed through with the happenings around that region.
Exactly.
How bad has it been ever since OSPAC was disbanded in Emoha?
Well, good afternoon. OSPAC in the Lamini community, where I come from, I played a major role in establishing OSPAC in the Lamini community. You know, and I know so much about OSPAC. Yes, when OSPAC was inaugurated in my community, especially, they did a lot of good things for us. There were a lot of criminalities in the Lamini community along the East-West Road. A lot of criminalities. In fact, there was a day I was traveling to the village one Sunday morning. I met a young man. He was shot dead that morning, and I cried. The DPO came. We took the cops to the police station. In fact, that motivated me to say, look, something must. As the CDC chairman of the community, I played a very major role. I involved the local government chairman. I said, what do we do to make sure that there's sanity in this community, not just in the Lamini community? And to be frank with you, the boys did excellently well. As I'm talking to you now, even if you drop phone in my community, you come back the next day, you pick it, nobody will touch it. But before, you can't try that. But somehow, I need to be frank with you guys here. Somehow they derailed. Some of them derailed. They derailed because presently, I know I've handled a couple of matters against OSPAC, and I've advised them, look.
In court?
Yeah, in court. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm even handling one now, right now.
Oh, really?
In Mysore court, yes.
For the matter from Emoha or within communities in Emoha?
Against OSPAC and OSPAC members.
Okay. Yeah, like I've always advised them, look, you people are not against the law. You are not above the law. I'm not sorry about that.
Yeah.
They're not above the law. And there was a petition against them. And the police arrested them. And they were charged to court. Although we made the effort to settle the matter out of court. But then the other party insisted that the matter should go to court. But the police did what they did and charged them to court. I think I'm defending them in that matter. So what am I saying in essence is that we have some bad eggs in OSPAC. We have some bad eggs.
But don't you think that it was because of the bad eggs in the police that made us constitute OSPAC, and also realizing that there's certain things that you do that we do not expect bad eggs within? It's just like saying that they're training a group of persons to become pilots, and then somebody tells you one day when you're inside of the plane that please beware, it is the bad egg pilot that is driving. So if there's a crash, so certain professions do not really need bad eggs within them, especially if they are now constituted because they have to fix the issue of the existing
even in the security agencies. We have the bad eggs. At least I'm 23 years in practice now. Even the security agencies, the police, the army, the DSS, they have bad eggs. So what do you do in this kind of situation? Like what they're doing in Emoha now. I learned that they're doing profiling because I'm in touch with the boys.
Okay, they're doing profiling on the OSPAC members?
The DSS, they are doing profiling now.
Okay.
After the profiling, and I believe that with that they will reinstate them.
But by the way, who's handling this profiling?
Is the DSS.
Okay. Now, shouldn't the reinstatement be done after all of the court cases have been trashed and come to
the court
conclusion?
case is not. It's just few members of OSPAC. Maybe about 5 or 6 of them. They were charged for. It's a criminal offense. Maybe they assaulted somebody. Yeah, that was what happened.
So with the profiling, they'll be checking their background, they'll be checking what and what they belong to.
Those of them
and
that are bad, they will now, they'll make sure that they're not members of OSPAC. They're profiling now. They just concluded yesterday.
Barrister, I think at this point I'd like to come in. You just said a couple of them were found guilty for certain...
Not just guilty. They are just charged to call for assault.
Well,
assault to occasioning harm.
Okay, fine. Now, at the end of the day, we talked about security personnel.
Yes.
They are going to be sent out of OSPAC.
Okay.
What happens to police personnel? Do they get sent out of the police force?
Definitely. They have orderly room trial in police. If you go against the police acts,
and you're found guilty,
you'll
be thrown out.
They try you, and they'll charge you to court. First of all, they dismiss you from the police.
Very true.
But once they dismiss you, they charge you to court.
Even the army. There rules
they do that.
But sorry, quickly back to the profiling. I just want to get something clear.
Yes.
Is the profiling done for OSPAC within this particular local government or around the local government in the state?
Within Emoha local government.
So what happens to the other OSPAC
in other
that is why, local government
that is
areas?
The question I want you to answer. Why is it that Emoha local government was singled out
out of the other
local governments? So you may know there is a lot of political thing happening. It's politics. I don't know what I understand me. And in Ikore, OSPAC was not disbanded. OSPAC was not disbanded. And OSPAC was not disbanded. So why is Emoha disbanded?
Wouldn't that be because we've not recorded exactly the same issues in these places?
But I learned there was a stakeholders meeting somewhere where the chairman was directed to disband the OSPAC.
Maybe because
for that particular
allegations on
there was an
OSPAC
instruction
within the area.
directive to the chairman of the Emoha local government.
Okay.
That is banned.
A directive from above.
Yes, a directive from above.
But wouldn't that be because of the allegations again, the rising allegations?
That allegation, was it peculiar to Emoha OSPAC alone?
But was Emoha OSPAC having the highest in terms of percentages of allegations?
I don't think. Because I've been in State CID Port Harcourt and I've witnessed OSPAC from Ikure local government. I've witnessed OSPAC from Ikure where they were arrested. They were arrested for, I think, a murder case or something like that. And the other case of in Igruta too, OSPAC in Igruta.
In Igruta.
Yes. So why were they not disbanded? Why Emoha?
And as you mentioned, the
Why
profiling
Emoha?
is just for Emoha.
It's just
not
for
every
Emoha.
local
That
government.
That means there's a peculiar reason for Emoha's case here.
Exactly. That's a particular reason.
But let me also get this.
Some
clear.
persons don't want the existence of OSPAC in
Emoha.
not in Emoha.
Okay, the mechanism of profiling now, is it an internal idea? Is it an idea coming in from members of the local government only? It has no business with anybody outside, or maybe is it a directive from the new IGP or something?
Well, I don't work with security agencies. I don't know. I don't know the reason for that, but I know that there is profiling now.
Okay.
In fact, I was told that they were supposed to be reinstated yesterday, being Monday.
Okay.
From what I was told, because there's a lot of security challenge in that
All right.
vicinity.
So talking about reinstatement and security challenges, just bringing in neighborhood watch now.
Okay.
Right. We understand that day 2 already reinstated after the whole hold up with the federal government, and now they're back in full force. So now, don't you think that the services of the local vigilante, OSPAC and ASPAC, right? Don't you think that they might likely not be needed anymore, because now we have a state-instituted security outfit that would help the existing security agency, that's the police?
Well, you see, the OSPAC boys, I see these guys are indigents. They know the bad boys. They know the bad boys in the community, like my community now.
But boys to be recruited into neighborhood watch will be from different communities in the different local government areas.
The neighborhood watch from the ones that recruited from my community, because I know
you are well.
Of course, I know. I know. I'm very close to it. I know I know the boys they recruited from my community. I know the boys they recruited, and I think the boys they recruited they are from my community. But right now, the posting, are they going to post them to the various communities where they come from, or are they posting them to other communities? I don't understand me. So that's the issue.
But now that you say that, you know, the boys recruited for the neighborhood watch, somehow it conflicts with what I have in my head, because what they said is that they are going to be anonymous, right? Because of how sensitive what they will be doing.
They can't be anonymous because these boys were shortlisted by persons. They were shortlisted. I'm telling you, because I know much about these things. By virtue of my position as the CDC chairman of the Alemini community, and I have interacted with some of these people, and I'm telling you that the boys, I know the boys they recruited in neighborhood watch that are recruited from my community.
And maybe because of your position.
In the course of that interview, you remember we tried to point out that fact. He was even saying that they are probably going to have a station or a place in the community, and we're saying, how would you stay somewhere in the community and the people of the community
we probably would have gotten that answer from him, apart from the fact that he was too antagonistic, as though we're trying to make him or belittle his job. But then that's what we wanted to get anyway, because now if he's saying that, you know, the boys are being selected, now it might be selected only known to people with sensitive positions within the local government or to the entire community, because of how sensitive, again, their job is. They're supposed to be intelligence for the police within the community.
There was a list submitted. There was a list submitted.
But the people on the list are only known by select few, isn't it, within the community, or by all in the community?
No, not all. But this list, there was list submitted.
And if some I saw the list, it means the list is out there.
Of course. Some persons were submitted, and then they shortlisted the names.
All right, then.
Maybe my community now, we submitted like 20 names. Maybe 5 persons were finally shortlisted.
So how do you think they would work hand in hand with the local vigilante? Do you think that would be seen further disbandment or
No.
I think
there will be synergy between them.
Well, there's something you said earlier on. You said something about the posting of these groups. They might not be giving a position in their particular locality.
Okay.
They'll probably be taken to another locality. Now, if I am recruited as a vigilante, don't you think it's better I stay in an environment where I know the terrain, as against taking me to another environment?
Well, that should be
a question for the neighborhood watch guys, really.
Because you actually said something concerning that.
No, I think he was trying to talk about the fact that he doesn't know if the neighborhood watch guys shortlisted were going to be sent to the community. Because we're talking about conflict with OSPAC, or if they were going to be posted. I think that's a question the neighborhood watch chief director would actually answer. But let's come back to OSPAC. I'll try to leave neighborhood watch out of this one because in my own, I tried not to even ask him a question that day because my question was going to still be around OSPAC and neighborhood watch. So and he was avoiding that part, so I didn't bother. But let's narrow our discussions to OSPAC now in Emoha community. You've talked about profiling, which means they're going to find out about these boys, know where they're coming from, their history, their community, their family, and it also means we'll have their track records of what they've done and how they've performed. But reinstatement is something that some people are not also very happy with. Reasons being that we're asking about, okay, the modalities put in place. We talked about orientation because obviously, like you mentioned, they were doing good things when they started. We just have some bad eggs. But if there is no proper system for orientation, or even a watchdog for these boys. Apparently, the police, they grew too big for the police at some point. I don't know. You have an idea if there's anything they've put in place outside the profiling to actually see that should in case they are reinstated, as Anayo, their commander, is lamenting now, should in case they are reinstated, would avoid those excesses that we saw the last time?
Well, I think I spoke with the commander of disbanded OSPAC in Elela Lemele, and he told me that, in fact, they have been interacting with the DSS since they were disbanded, and that this security issue is not something you see on air, and that there's a lot of innovations. They've told them what to do, and sorry to say this, I had discussion with the area commander, the 2IC area commander at Ishobu, and they were organizing what they call it, a workshop, a kind of workshop for the OSPAC members. OSPAC. That was sometime last year, and I know that some communities participated in that workshop, and I commended them. I said what they're doing is wonderful, but I know that some communities in Emoha did not participate in that workshop. Probably that's why they have this problem. Because that orientation, they lack that orientation. And that is why they are behaving as if they're above, they're above the law.
So what was the workshop all about?
I think it was just on the limits of their functions.
Okay.
Yes, the man told me that, look, their duty is to arrest. But once you arrest, hand over to the police. Okay. The idea of having a camp or having a detention camp, you arrest
and detain.
I've witnessed that in my community. You arrest and detain. Sometimes I go home, I see this thing. I say, why do you do this? Why do you do this? You don't do this. This is not your function. You don't do this. And to be frank with you, they respect me. All right. Say, okay, this one is. I said, don't do this. Instead, hand over to the.
They were taking the laws into their own hands.
Yes, they were taking the laws to their own hands. I've witnessed it severally. But then, when we call them to order, I reported to the local government chairman. Then I said, look at what your boys are doing. This is wrong.
So basically, their attitude and their way of behaving in keeping the law, as the case may be, precipitated the reason why they were disbanded in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. That is one area I suspect. But then the other area is there are power that be in Emowa.
Okay.
That don't want that OSPAC.
All right.
Because of maybe certain things happening around that place.
Certain things such as?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, because
It
you
could
want
be
to believe.
crime.
I don't know.
You want to believe that the security outfit is set first off to address the issue
Could,
of
could,
criminality.
could it be pure politics?
But even in my community, some persons don't want the OSPAC in my community.
Okay.
You can't be. Sometimes I ask, what is the problem? Even in the limited community, some persons don't want the OSPAC.
So, which leaves room for speculations that some of the allegations on OSPAC within that particular area may be falsely
Exaggerated.
It's exaggerated.
Okay.
Like I just
All
said,
right,
I've witnessed a situation where they have arrested somebody, tell the person they say, and I intervene. I say, don't do this. Don't do this. This is not your function, right? But the area where you say OSPAC should not exist, my dear, the police were there. My house is just along Rubek Junction there. And there's a checkpoint there. Sometimes I'll be in my house. My house is just by Rubek Junction there. I'll be in my house. And I'll see a gunshot everywhere. And police will be in that checkpoint. There's a checkpoint police checkpoint at Rubek Junction.
All right.
Wow.
But these OSPAC boys, when they came, they stopped this. They stopped it.
Okay, they were able to stop some of
today
the
I go home
crimes.
and I sleep. Today home, I sleep with my 2 eyes closed.
Now, don't you think that it is because of how much work that they've been able to bring, criminality to a standstill that also contributes to the high-handedness that the boys sometimes exude?
Well, it's natural. It's natural. What I found out in them is that because of the good things they were doing, they were just carried away. I'm just talking from what they were carried away by the accolades of what people are doing well, but then they don't know that there is limits to what they are doing.
What they're doing,
then.
okay.
I don't understand me.
All right then.
Yes, that is just the problem.
Okay.
Yes, because they were being praised. Oh, these boys are doing so much, but because of that,
It got into their head.
it got into their head,
Okay.
and they don't know that people will now react against them like this way.
It
But now that
backfired.
it has happened that way, I think they have learned their lesson.
All right then.
They have learned their lesson.
Barrister, we'll go to the phone lines, but I have one question for you before we get to the phone lines. In clear terms, do you think proper structures, whether profiling or whatever, do you think proper structures have been put in place for the reinstatement of OSPAC?
Yes. Proper structure have been put in place.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
0817 0000951. 0810-9510951. Don't forget, you can also use the text message portal. It's 07019339962. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good
afternoon. We can hear you. Sir.
All right.
95.1 FM.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm Chris.
Chris, you're welcome. Chris?
For me, I think all staff have done well. Left for me.
All right.
Chris, are you there?
I think your network is really bad, and we would need you to call back. Now, if you're calling in, right, we're asking first off, considering Emo has local government area, the situation on ground that led to
the disbandment of OSPAC,
and the current situation that is leading to people calling for a reinstatement. Do you think that the government, whether even local government or the people within the community, have properly put all the mechanisms in place to ensure that there is not a repeat of the reasons that necessitated the disbandment of OSPAC within that area? And how do you see the collaborative efforts or work between Neighborhood Watch and OSPAC in your community? Do you think that is something that can work, or one has to be, dissolved in its entity?
All right. And to add that profiling is one of those mechanisms they've put in place.
Hello.
95.1 FM.
Yeah, good afternoon, Lady West.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Jonathan.
I also came up.
Yes, I want to see my fellow from Port Harcourt.
Let's hear you.
The barrister has said it all. Now, these people, they went out of hand when there were so many prejudice. Because we are happy that the job they were doing, you understand, we actually experienced relative peace. I am from Umudogo, Nemoa. Now, what happened was, OSPAC was left in the hands of the community to manage. Now, we found the local government chairman who claims to have achieved peace. You understand?
Sorry, we lost you there, but we got your thoughts. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Daniel. Mr. Daniel Collins.
All right, you're welcome.
Yeah. So the area that I want to disagree with about it is all about this OSPAC issue. I think I can remember in what I call it, the airport at Omawa. There's the time they arrested one of my boys working for me. I'm a Judah. So when I get there, he said he's among the people, he's among all the courtesans before, according to them before. So finally, we'll find out that he has a problem with one of the officers, yes, people over there. Now finally, they are detained the young man. I spent 13,000 before they release him in that place. So only thing is that sometimes all these people, they're taking laws into their hands, and I don't think they have done anything just to make them to change that kind of way. Because even till now, they're still doing it. Even yesterday, they got the money from me or the name of
no, it's just
or something.
Not him over. What he said is not him.
No, your OSPAC is OSPAC.
No, OSPAC is not OSPAC.
That's the problem we have.
OSPAC is not OSPAC. It's usually generalized. That's why I even tried to reel out the full meaning of OSPAC, because we have ISPAC, we have ASPAC. There are different names. Just we categorize everybody as OSPAC. But let's get back to the phone lines. 95.1 FM.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Prince Andy, and I'm calling from Windele.
You're welcome, Prince Andy.
Prince Andy, welcome. Oh, sorry, we lost you there.
What is it with the network? Just keep trying.
Do have to call us back, Prince Andy.
And also send in messages as well if you can't reach us via phone lines. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon, boys.
Good afternoon.
I'm Chima calling from Everco in Emoha local government.
You're welcome.
Please, I want to say something about OSPAC in Emoha local government.
Go on.
See, anybody that tells you that OSPAC is a bad organization in Emoha local government, is an enemy of Emoha local government.
Exactly.
That person is an enemy of Emoha local government.
Exactly.
But what about people? What about people that tell you that OSPAC in Emoha local government, were somewhat high-handed and there were too many allegations and there is need to disband them?
Let me address that issue.
All right.
See, concerning high-handed, even in Nigeria military, in Nigeria police force, there is a way an accused person will behave. They will maltreat a bit, not that they will kill you.
But is that right? Does it make it right?
Not that it makes me right, but it's better for you when they invite you, follow them to the police station. Now in Amoha local government, OSPAC will take you to the police station.
But if OSPAC is working under the police, it is the police that is supposed to invite or go to arrest, isn't it?
Yes, police supposed to.
So that means that they too have faulted or defaulted, with the line of operation.
No, under the
let me come. Do you know that formally, police cannot be able to go to all these courts dens to arrest?
All right then.
It was because of the help of OSPAC that they were able to go to their dens to arrest them.
All right.
If anybody that tells you that OSPAC are doing wrong job in Emoha local government, that person is the worst enemy of Emoha local government.
Exactly.
If I may come in quickly, Barrister, I think you will have a clear knowledge of this.
Yes.
Apart from the fact that the police will arrest, there's something we call citizens' arrest.
Okay.
So OSPAC, apart from them being OSPAC, I can arrest someone and take the person to the police.
The law allows you to do that.
So there is nothing wrong with OSPAC arrest.
No, the problem. I think the problem was not the arrest. The problem was that they would arrest you and take you to their own camp,
which is the wrong
as a detention center. Which was
that's where the high-handedness came in.
All right, let's get back to the phone lines. 95.1.
With the citizens' arrest, right, Jonathan? Oftentimes, when it has to do with, a case where evidence needs to be shown to the police, you stay there, have this person, probably detained in that particular area where the, crime was perpetrated, and then you call the police to come, see, and then take the person away.
Well, arresting first.
With OSPAC,
yes,
they have the mandate to work hand in hand with the police. OSPAC is not supposed to go and arrest someone without the supervision of the police. From the best of my knowledge.
And they're not supposed to torture. Just because they are a security committee or outfit doesn't mean they have the right to torture people. All in the name of,
so
if you're a security outfit, you should be high-handed.
Basically, what we're saying now is OSPAC actually went beyond their...
They abused. There were some human rights abuses.
Yes.
Let's get back to the phone lines. 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Honda.
You're welcome.
All right.
Yeah, no, the local government, my local government, OSPAC, they are doing very well, good job. No, the local government, we can sleep where everywhere.
It's calm.
All right, that's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
they are doing a good work, no, the local government here. Even my community, OSPAC, they are doing well.
So do you think that in your local government, why there is this relative calmness or better performance by OSPAC within your local government is because you people were able to get, proper profiling on the people that were brought into the outfits?
Yeah.
All right.
My mom is from local government. I live brother. The name of local government. Yeah, my mother came from.
Mm-hmm.
They are doing well. Not all of them,
Okay. All right then. Thank you.
All right. I have one question for you. Stay on, please. Have we had any issues with the OSPAC in your own local government? Any sort of issue at all?
You mean me or?
And not particularly you. Have you heard of any issues with your OSPAC? Be it that a woman was slapped or anything like that?
No.
You've not heard of any issue?
Nothing like that.
All right, thank you. That means OSPAC has been very good in his area.
All right,
I guess so.
Let's read some messages. This one says, good afternoon. Honorable Mike says, whatever you're doing, Neighborhood Watch should be first before any other agency. All right, this person says,
sorry, I got back to the phone line. 95.1 FM.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. That's calling from Africa Village here.
You're welcome.
Let me tell you one thing.
Please turn down the volume of your radio set or your listening device.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. For me, without OSPAC in the key land, you would have, maybe this place would have turned down. What happens is this. Even when the police are coming, policemen are coming, those discounts, no. Those boys that bear the hands in their seats, they know. Although let me allege, but I do not know. I don't even know whether the police give them information. Because most of the ones are their friends. But when you come to Chile, and that is why we are giving kudos to American Foundation in the chair.
They're paying us back. They're paying us back.
Even when
They're paying us back.
Okay, so salary.
Yes. Okay. I'm talking about the local chairman.
All right.
You ask who will fund them. But these people came on their own, said they will fund them. Let me tell you, people living in Chile now can sleep with their two eyes closed.
All right then. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you.
Because of time, we have to move on and listen to someone else.
95.1 FM.
Well, thank you for listening to someone else.
You're welcome, Gifts. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to Jonathan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All of you.
All right.
As far as I am concerned, OSPAC, forget about ESPAC, ASPAC, is all about OSPAC. Is the beginning, the fear of that very group is the beginning of wisdom. I have said this before. Yes, because I know how River State was. And the governor allowed the Onega to spring up through the local government chairman. And from that very local government, spread all over. So I'm very happy with the results that is coming out. There are some people that does not want this very group to see the light of the day. Frankly speaking, not because of one or two incidents that are taking place. If you remember, Ushe Shikuma told you the other day, I can vouch for 80%, but the other 20%, there is no way we'll talk about that. In every organization, whether you talk about police, army, navy, that is not to say you don't need to, as in, respect yourself, but as far as it is human, it must take place. People must go outside the law. People must misbehave. But it's for you to call them to order. put them back in line. That is what even the barrister in the studio is saying. Whether politically somebody from whatever place is trying to fight the one of MOR, I don't know. But what I know, OSPAC has tried their possible best.
And really quick question, Gift. Really quick question.
Yeah,
do you see OSPAC working hand in hand with Neighborhood Watch, or do we need to dissolve one for the other to function effectively?
If it is only me, I want them to absorb all those OSPAC guys into the Neighborhood Watch instead of OSPAC, ASPAC, just under one. It will be better.
Okay. All right then.
An umbrella body.
Take all of them, employ all of them at once.
All right.
Let them carry out that security work that they are doing.
All right. Thank you so much, Gift. Someone here talking about a fight between a particular cult group and OSPAC in Ubimini community.
In Ubimini community, yes, I was told.
Since yesterday?
Since yesterday, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I was told that there is a serious fight there.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Between OSPAC and a cult
particular
group.
cult group.
Yes. Between the disbanded OSPAC. You know, I learned that these boys came. Something happened. Somebody summoned somebody in juju, something like that, because I don't believe in those things, and that what that young man did is against the tradition.
Okay.
So the community now said, "Why will you do this?" Is it that they handed him over to the police or something like that? Then his people now came.
Okay.
I said the one they summoned, died. That's the information I gathered this afternoon. The one someone died. Then the community now reacted and burnt the house of the person that summoned him. So either they burnt him or killed him or something like that. Then his people from another community.
Chain reaction.
His group members
Then
or his court members
came
from
to
other
fight.
communities from Imo State. You know, there's a link road there.
Yeah.
You know, they came from that place to the community to now attack
OSPAC.
the disbanded OSPAC boys. So that's what happened yesterday.
All right. This message says, good afternoon. OSPAC in MOHI, if they have done killed some people, they are the same bad boys, were converted. They are... okay. I think he's trying to say that they are working against personal, or maybe they are working against their personal enemies from the past. All right, two more calls, and I'll get the final thoughts of the guys here in the building. 95.1 FM.
My brother, God bless you. Hello?
We can hear you. Please go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. You see the problem.
Tell us your name.
Okay, Mr. Ike on the line.
Go ahead, Ike.
I'm calling from Rupoko. You see the problem we have. We use corrupt people to fight corruption. And then we may likely not achieve anything. Now, you take a look at what happened in Abad during Bakassi. You know, Bakassi come on a very sound ground. But their ending was very, very bad. So I think OSPAC has done well.
All right.
What they really need is an orientation and a good training.
All right, then.
So that their mindset can be changed.
Because
when you leave them with that mentality, because most of them are cultists, and you leave them with that mentality, they will still go the way Bakassi went.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Barrister, let's get your final thoughts on this particular one, especially the reinstatements.
Well, it's a good one. I will be happy if OSPAC is reinstated.
All right.
I'll be very, very happy if OSPAC is reinstated. What we need is peace. What we need is peace. And the people have done so well. Like I said, they should reinstate them, the bad ones, just like the matter pending in court now against some of them. Anyone that is, is doing something against, you charge him. Police should arrest him, charge him to court.
All right.
Then others will not learn their lesson.
All right. It's been the first part of today's hustle. We've had Barrister Gumagu, Jonathan, Wealth Wilson, and of course Wisdom Obi. Now will be leaving the studio. I'll be staying back anyway for today's Sports Live with Emeka Dena and of course myself.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
What a goal! Hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh, my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbal jabs and even moments of madness. Experience the sensational swings, strokes and shots. The moments of victory and despair. Experience lights out on a majestic night in Singapore and a whole lot more.
On your premium talk news and sports radio station.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Listen to Sports Attack every weekday from 7:30 a.m. and Today Sports Live after the news update at 3 p.m. Stay tuned on Saturdays and Sundays for a bumper edition of Today Sports Live from 1 to 6 p.m. Experience sports in its entirety on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to Today's Sport Live on Today's 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Austin Oladapo, the captain of two-time African champion Eyimba Football Club.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
We are great, we are born winners, shining bright like a star. The gift of God to Africa, FC Ifanyuba, united we stand, hand in hand, bringing glory to our land. Anye bundi meri, anye gadigide, football club Ifanyuba. Anye bundi meri Alhambra Warriors, Football Club Ifanyuba.
Feel the magic in the air, aye, leve les mains en l'air, allez, feel the magic in the air, aye, leve les mains en l'air.
Feel the magic in the air.
Magic System, Red One, Shawty. Feel the magic in the
All right, it's time to feel the magic of Nigerian football. A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Today's Sports Live this lovely Tuesday afternoon. It's all about Nigerian football here on the show every Tuesday, and today won't be different. Mecca Jena is my name. The show is reaching you from Today FM 95.1 Today 95.1 FM right here in the Garden State of Port Harcourt. And of course, I'm not alone in the building. I've got the Superman Wisdom Obina seated right here for this one. Superman, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Emeka. Good afternoon to you listening. It's a pleasure to be here. Finally, the list for the Super Eagles' next fixtures and qualifiers is out. And some particular surprising names maybe, and some not surprising.
What's the biggest surprise for you there?
The captain of the side made that list. And Onuachu is on standby.
The captain is clubless. He hasn't played football for over 8 months.
Exactly. Onuachu is on standby. Nigeria's top scorer in Europe.
It's okay. With 25 league goals in Belgium, he's on standby.
Exactly.
Okay, we'll wait and see it. All right, on the menu this afternoon is loaded, I tell you. We have tidbits from the Nigerian football scene. The NWFL Premiership is also on the menu. That's talking about the Women's League here. Match the 9 fixtures stated across various centers in the country. Tomorrow we'll be previewing those ones, and we'll also be reviewing what happened in the NPFL Match Day 14 encounters, where Rivers United bounced back to winning ways. Even as Adama United continue their fight to escape the drop. In the CAF Confederation Cup, Eyimba will be in action tomorrow against Al Ali Benghazi of Libya. Their coach, Fatah Osho, hopefully will be joining us on the show to talk about that clash. While informed Paul Onuachu is omitted from the main squad as Super Eagles coach Gennett Raw releases Super Eagles list to face Benin Republic and Lesotho in AFCON qualifiers later this month. But Clubless captain Ahmed Musa is included. What do you make of his inclusion? There's also a big inclusion, I tell you. Enyimba goalkeeper John Noble makes the list. He is the only home-based player in the main squad right there. And we also have our player and club of the week for match day 14 in the MPFL. It's a loaded package, I tell you. And like you know, the show is very, very interactive. You can be part of the discussion. All you need to do is to send us messages via text or WhatsApp to the same number, 070-1933-9962. That's 070-1933-9962 for your text as well as your WhatsApp messages. On Twitter, we are TodayFM951 at TodayFM951. You can tweet at me at Dana Emeka. Superman is also here. His handle is at Wisdom_OB. O for orange, B for banana. And later, we'll be throwing the phone lines wide open for you to have your say. Don't go anywhere. The show will be right back after this time out. All right, let's get the show started this afternoon from the Nigerian National League, where Osun United have been banished to Ilorin for their Nigerian National League fixtures and fined 300,000 naira by the league organizers after the club flouted COVID-19 protocols in their match day 4 encounter against Vandreza FC on March 6th. That's at the weekend at the Osogbo City Stadium. Videos showed large numbers of spectators at the match venue despite the closed-door directive by the league body in accordance with the guidelines for the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Health Ministry, and the Nigeria Football Federation. According to the NNL, the Osun State FA also enforced gate takings while fans prevented match officials from going into the dressing room at half-time. Home side Osun United fans also seized the cables of the visiting team's video crew. The league body added. In a statement, the NNL said, and I quote, Osun United FC will play their subsequent home matches at the Ilorin Township Stadium. The team is hereby fined the sum of 300,000 naira for the breach of COVID-19 protocols as directed by the league body. Now, for the breach of the closed-door order by Osun United and Osun State FA, the match is considered as no match. Therefore, it shall be replayed at a neutral venue with Osun United bearing the cost and indemnities of match officials. End of quote right there. Superman, I heard you read this news in the morning. I'm wondering, what do you make of the decisions coming from the NNL on Osun United?
Well, it's the best thing to do for now. They have to be sanctioned if they actually did all those things and you found out that, yes, we didn't actually see that. It's not on TV now. So if they are found culpable, then definitely they should face sanctions like this. It would serve as a deterrent for other teams who would want to toe this part. One thing we've also seen in this league, especially in the NNL, is because nobody looks at them at times. They try to do some things and they go scot-free. But I'm happy the NNL they've decided to come. The leadership have decided to come hard on the team. It's not a good thing at all to hear this kind of news. The NNL is like the championship in England, for example. No matter how they might not be the Premier League, their games are on TV most times, and you don't get to hear some of these crazy and mundane things happen in those leagues. So I think for me, it's actually a good one. More teams should even be sanctioned if they go around these kind of issues, maybe try to intimidate the referee or even flout COVID-19 rules. We're talking about COVID-19 here and the fact that the wave is still around. So I think for me, it's actually a good one and will serve as a deterrent for some teams.
All right. Good one there coming from the NNL on Osun United, who behaved inappropriately as we are at the weekend. Let's go to the national team, talking about the Golden Eagles, because Nigeria's Golden Eagles will no longer take part in this year's CAF Under-17 AFCON in Morocco after the Confederation of African Football CAF yesterday announced the cancellation of the tournament, which was scheduled to start on Friday. And the decision was made after an emergency meeting which held in Morocco studied the present coronavirus situation in the North African nation and opted to drop the tournament with immediate effect. The men's Under-17 AFCON tournament joins a number of international sports events that have been called off since the outbreak of the novel coronavirus pandemic. Before the decision was made, 5 of the 12 participating nations were already in Morocco. Zambia, Uganda, Senegal, and Ivory Coast are forced to return home while hoping to be compensated or reimbursed for the expenses they made so far. Of course, the fifth country would be Morocco because they are the host there. How disappointing would this be for the Golden Eagles of Nigeria, Superman?
Well, at least they've not traveled, so we'll save that money.
They were supposed to travel, I think, today or tomorrow.
On Tuesday, yes, today.
Yeah, today. Yeah.
Yes, I was traveling today, but we'll save that money because I'm not sure the reimbursement probably will cover everything that you spend. But the truth is, we're not actually happy about this one. Reasons being that the under-17, they just took part in the WAFU B tournament.
Right, they qualified themselves and Cote d'Ivoire.
Cote d'Ivoire, yes.
Yeah.
We're expecting them to go ahead. We almost crashed out of that one. Cote d'Ivoire had to do us a favor.
By beating Ghana.
By beating Ghana for us and beating them well. So we're expecting our team to go ahead. So we can even see the boys play. We've seen World Cups being pushed on the 17, different tournaments across the globe, all because of one thing, COVID-19. But this particular one now, not just COVID-19, the other issues surrounding Morocco and how they attend to people and all that stuff. But I think for us, let's take it in good faith and probably look at the positives. The fact that we didn't travel and maybe would have a chance to still see these boys train together and maybe do something different in another tournament.
What are the likely long-term impact of the cancellation on the players, particularly? Because they wouldn't be able to showcase their talents at the continental level.
Exactly.
The World Cup was also cancelled earlier by FIFA.
Very true. And what that means is we might, if we don't change our culture and find a way to work with these boys, we might just see another generation go down the drain. Because what it means is, after all the screenings and testings, if you're maybe 16 or 16 years and some months, by the next under 17 World Cup, you probably be 18 or 17.
Yeah, and you're not longer eligible. Yeah.
So it would mean that you will be part of the tournament. So it's actually a very, very sad situation. But one thing I do encourage, Emeka, because if we had a working system, we will not be crying for this kind of things. Under 17 in England doesn't really mean much. Under 17 World Cup or tournaments, if we had a working system, our MPFL sides should consider towing that particular line, and those boys probably could get into the youth system.
They do occasionally with the under 15
Future Eagles
competition, the MPFL. But it's been long since the last time they held that one. Let's go to the Women's League. That's talking about the Nigeria Women Football Premiership. Match day 9 actions will be taking center stage across various centers in the country tomorrow. In Benin, Edo Queens will be up against FC Robo Queens, while Abia Angels in Umuahia will confront Delta Queens. Ibom Angels in Uyo will be up against Confluence Queens. White Obunda against his former side. And of course, Oshun Babes will have their hands full when they welcome league leaders Bayelsa Queens to Oshogbo. Pelican Stars at the UJS Wednesday Stadium are up against Nasarawa Amazons, while Royal Queens will be playing host to Sunshine Queens. In Lagos, Dreamstar Ladies are up against the champions and red hot favorites for the title, Rivers Angels. They have a new boss now, Superman. Yes, the same kind of boss given to Rivers United the other time. Luxury boss, as it were.
Yeah, as the governor said, why would you give the boss, the guy is a luxury boss, and give the girls a coaster boss? So they've actually changed it, and that's a good one. Serve as a motivation. I think they've brought glory to the state. What the guys are even doing,
it's not a question.
You can't even try.
It's not questionable. It's not arguable.
You can't put them in the same equation at all.
Several glories to the state. I mean, the ITO Cup, the league title, they've won 7 league titles.
Very true.
In the past 5 years, they have won at least 4 league titles. They're usually dominant on the domestic scene. Superman, let's look at their game tomorrow. They're up against Dreamstar Ladies, one of the poorest teams in the league this season. Is that short 3 points and 10 million naira for Rivers Angels? They're playing in Lagos against Dreamstar Ladies tomorrow.
Well, it looks that way on paper. We've seen these Dreamstar Ladies concede as much as 5 goals to nothing. They've been bashed and beaten. FC Robo Queens are beating them there, and all that. So I think it looks that way. But home games are never what you can just easily push to one side.
They've won only once this season, Dreamstar Ladies.
Yes, Emeka, but I can't easily just, because of that, say, okay, they'll dash all 3 points to Rivers Angels. But I think my hands would be with Rivers Angels to actually get the 3 points here. If other teams have gone here to get 3 points, not a team like Rivers Angels. Rivers Angels and Bayelsa Queens are the best teams in the MPFL so far. So they should be able to get all 3 points right there in Lagos, even if I just think it doesn't automatically mean that they should sleep and go there and expect to get all 3 points.
Okay, another exciting fixture to look forward to will be the one involving Oshun Babes and Bayelsa Queens, the league leaders. Oshun Babes, brilliant. They were here last time, but they were eventually beaten by Rivers Angels. But come on, they're decent side, right?
Very decent side, and we've seen what they've done in this league particularly. This is a star fixture, no doubt
Bayelsa
about
Queens
that.
themselves are equally very brilliant, superb. 4-0 hammering of Ibom Angels in Owerri, not even in Yenagoa the other time.
You know, the less we talk about Bayelsa Queens, the better. They've done a fine job this season. I've seen them come against some teams I feel have got fine players. One of them being FC Robo. I would not. I envy FC Robo most times. They always have these talented players, but the bunch doesn't work most times. But they've been able to handle these kind of teams. But traveling away to face an Osun Babe side, I think have been okay and good enough this season, even if they are not rubbing shoulders with Bayelsa Queens and Rivers Angels. I think it's a tricky one. But Bayelsa Queens,
I hope the fans will not also misbehave. You saw what the fans of the men's
NNL
team
now, Osun United, they did. And the question of allowing fans into the stadium, but maybe we've gone past that. So we'd see Emeka, but all the odds would be with Bayelsa Queens. They've been doing so very well for themselves this season. But against an Osun Babes team, I think it's still a tricky one.
All right, we'll wait and see. Let's quickly go to the MPFL, where interim coach of MFM FC, Gabriel Olalekon, says the referees in the Nigeria Professional Football League have to improve their performance if the league must grow. Now, in their match, the 14 encounter the weekend against Plateau United, which the Church Boys lost 3-1. The first goal was flagged offside by the assistant referee, while the referee gave the goal to the just based side. Let's hear from Olaleko Gabriel.
I don't like talking about officiating, but it's very painful that we can't be playing like this and playing with our effort. And we said in the first half we play a draw because that is what we planned and it worked well for us. In the second half, the atmosphere, the way the man in charge of the game, controlling the game is nowhere to be found, and that caused an offside goal. And the referee says it's a goal while the last man is raising a flag for an infringement and offside. But that gives them the edge for them to even be ahead to play the game.
All right, Superman, what do you make of that incident? You saw the video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The man is saying the referees, they have to step up their game. I mean, it's something we've talked about over the years. Poor officiating in the MPFL. It's looking better these days, but still not where it is supposed to be. We want to say there is even no perfect officiating anywhere in the world.
Very true. But that particular incident is not something that doesn't happen in other places. I would put it that way. I've seen referees who don't probably listen to the linesman. But what usually happens is if you actually say, okay, it's a goal, let's say you point to the center half and say, everybody go back now and prepare, we've gotten a goal here. If the linesman has already, or lineswoman had probably raised his or her flag.
Superman, calling them assistant referees there.
The assistant referees. You go back there and then ask, okay, what did you see? Probably I made the wrong call, because they are assisting the referee, you mentioned. If you find out that what they are saying or they make sense, then definitely, because they might be closer to the incident than the referee. So I think that's what the referee would have adopted. But I didn't see the referee do that. The referee just pointed to the center, and everybody started rushing after him, and it was game on. So, but ordinarily, I think our referees have improved, but there's still a huge room of improvement to fill for the referees in Nigerian Professional Football League.
All right, elsewhere, Godwin Agoda and Cletus Morton scored on Sunday to hand Rivers United their first win in 4 matches with the 2-0 victory over Jigawa Golden Stars at the Adokia Messi Maka Stadium here in Port Harcourt. Agoda headed in a superb opening goal from a near-perfect cross from Conan Ruffin in the 17th minute before Morton made sure of the points, and when he fired home just after the restart. Rivers United coach Stanley Goma expressed satisfaction with the results.
It was a good game. Jigawa Stars, they gave up a good fight, but we were determined to pick the day, and that is why we had to come all out from the beginning. We had more of the ball possession. We tried to play from the flanks to ensure that we get crosses, because we know that when we get crosses, we'll be able to get some goals. And we also gathered against a counter, because while they were under pressure, we knew that they were going to go on counter, and we gathered against that. We also tried to make sure that we capitalize on the set pieces, which we got. That's our positives for this game.
All right, let's also hear from the coach of Jigawa Golden Stars, Gilbert Okpana, who blamed the loss of concentration for the defeat.
The game was keenly contested, just that we conceded very cheeky goals. None of them was really a game, a situation that was worked towards goal. But somehow, the boys, with that loss of concentration at each of those moments, we lost the opportunity of getting a point from the game. And the red card didn't help us, actually. But I give kudos for their effort of the players to be able to contend them even with the less number of players.
All right, we can also let you know that Yusuf Maigoro was sent off as Kano Pillars and Rangers settled for a 1-0 draw at the Ahmadu Bello Stadium in Kaduna also on Sunday. The visitors grabbed an early 9th-minute goal through Enes Governor, but the hosts struck back in the 42nd minute when Awalu Ali Malam leveled scores for the same Mesugida. And of course, the Pillar side were forced to complete the game with 10 men after Maigoro received his marching orders in the 68th minute. Rangers coach Salisu Yusuf had this to say after the match.
We know right from the word go, it will going to be a very tough game. Pillars have been doing very well. Have the same position, the same point with them. So it's supposed to be a crack game, and it was a crack game. But at the end, we had opportunity to score. They equalized. We cannot score again, and we tried to protect that goal. It was good. So it was a good game for us to have a point.
All right, that was Salisu Yusuf, former Super Eagles coach, now in charge of Rangers International of Enugu. Looking at the results of matches played on match day 14, Heartland FC came from 2 goals down to draw 2-2 with Abia Warriors in Owerri. Rivers United here in Port Harcourt pipped Jigawa Golden Stars 2-0. Plateau United secured a 3-1 win over MFM FC, while Nasarawa United pipped Lobi Stars by a lone goal. Katsina United drew goalless with Sunshine Stars. Adama United continued their impressive run with a 2-0 victory over Dakada FC, while Kano Pillars were held at home, or they forced the Rangers to a 1-0 draw in Kaduna. Elsewhere, Wiki Tourists were held at home by the league leaders Kwara United. And on Monday, that was yesterday, Warriors drew goalless with Aqua United. One match was postponed, and that was a fixture that would have seen Yimba face FC Fanyoba in Aba. But due to Yimba's involvement in the CAF Confederation Cup on Wednesday, that match was shifted. Let's look at the league standings before we talk about what transpired on the field of play at the weekend. Looking at the top 4 positions, we have Kwara United still top of the table with 26 points from 14 matches. Rangers are now second with 24 points from 14 matches as well. Kano Pillars, they've got 24 points on 3rd position, but with an inferior goal difference. And Enyimba occupied the 4th spot with 24 points as well, but they have played 2 games less than the other teams. Enyimba have played 12 matches. They have 2 outstanding games. Rivers United, courtesy of their win against Jigawa Golden Stars, moved up to 7th position. They have 22 points from 13 matches. They have a game in hand against Enyimba here in Port Harcourt. Of course, going to the bottom 4, we have Katsina United. They have 15 points from 14 matches. Warri Wolves occupy the 18th position. And of course, Ifanyoba are 19th on the log with 13 points. The bottom side remains Adamawa United with 10 points from 14 matches. Superman, which team impressed you the most on match day 14?
Well, maybe it might be different from everybody, but Adamawa United.
Wow, interesting. They beat
say.
Dakada FC 2 goals to nothing.
2 goals to nothing. Somehow, they found their mojo back. I don't know who is responsible. Maybe the internal rankers or the strategy that was changed. Report to me directly. That's the statement I still have in my head.
The governor asking the chairman of the club to report directly to government house. No longer to the commissioner for sports, who is having an issue with the chairman.
Exactly. So I think maybe that rancor could have been the reason why they've been struggling. Maybe they're not getting the right funding or what have you. But Adamawa United, for me, very impressive.
All right. How about the most disappointing team at the weekend? Who will that dubious honor go to?
I don't know. I would have to look at those results again. I think MFM, they were not really.
They were beaten 3-1 by Plateau United.
But it was not really a poor game because it was overshadowed by the
officiating
issues of the officiating. But Abia Warriors were leading 2 goals to nothing.
Okay,
I had
expected them to.
Yes, I had expected them to go on to win that particular one,
but
somehow,
they eventually drew.
So I know on paper it doesn't look that way, but based on what happened in the game, I think it was disappointing for me.
All right. How important was the win against the Golden Stars for Rivers United? If you consider their string of poor results before that match on Sunday.
Crucial, Emeka. They put up a very good performance against the Golden Stars side. They were desperate to get back to winning ways after 3 match days, having 2 defeats and a draw. So it's actually a very good one to get their tempo back. They went into the halftime break leading by 1 goal to nothing in that particular one, even though the fans who were present there the people who were present there, the journalists, had expected more goals from that particular one. I think it's a good one going forward for Rivers United. They're back to winning ways. Now they can consider putting their championship ambition back on track. Next, they face FC Fanyuba in India.
It's a winnable game.
And it's a game they can actually take.
Fanyuba are actually struggling right now.
Exactly, knowing the performance of the side. But on the other side, I would also advise the team to see how they can bring back Ifeanyi Nemena and Theophilus Afedoga.
No, they are still investigating those two guys.
I don't know how long those
investigations are still ongoing.
But the experience of
they did set up a committee to investigate both of them after the incident in New York.
Exactly. The experience of those two players is something very vital, you would need if you want to win this particular league. There's no pride there. All we want is the title. So if they can get back into that team and give us the title, great.
But if you
find out that they're actually wrong, whatever be the investigation, because they say they did not tell us that it's actually match fixing.
No, they are suspecting foul play. In the second goal, Rivers United conceded against
Akwa United. They say it's misconduct or something. They say
it's unethical and unprofessional sporting conduct.
So we would see. Well, if they are found guilty, no problem. I think else those two players are some of the finest players in that Rivers United team.
Okay, so Superman, Kwara United, is it time to start looking at them as genuine title contenders? They drew 1-1 with Wiki Torres at the weekend. They are still top of the table, 2 points clear of the chasing pack at the moment.
Sincerely, Emeka, if I don't want to talk like a man who just looks at the table, I would say no. Reasons being that Enyimba have got 2 games in hand. Has it become 3 now? It's still 2. I think so. The postponed game now still makes it 2 games in hand.
2 games in hand
for Enyimba. And if they win those 2 games, it's winnable. Those are games. Rivers United.
One of them is a home game against FC Fanyuba.
Yes.
If they win, they will go to 27 points.
Then they play
back on top of the table.
Rivers United. So I think it's still too early. Then Rivers United too have got that game against Enyimba. If maybe Enyimba beats the first team now you talked about,
Enyimba will go to top.
And they will top. Then if Rivers United beats Enyimba,
Rivers United will go to second. Third, 25 points.
How well would Kwara United maintain this tempo? They had to wait for a late strike from Jibola Adeleke to get that draw. How far would they maintain this tempo is something I would add. The depth of the Rivers United side in terms of the squad they've got tells you that they are a team that can continue pushing the throttle all season. Look at Enyimba, the same thing. Kwara United, do they have that kind of a large squad or a depth in squad? I think we would see in time. But for now, I think it's still early for an MPFL to consider them as title contenders.
All right, it's time to unveil our player of the week as well as club of the week. The player of the week honor will go to Godwin Obaje of Abia Warriors. He scored a brace as Abia Warriors were eventually held 2-2 by Heartland in Owerri. I mean, how often do you see a player go away from home and score 2 goals there? And the club of the week honor will go to Abia Warriors themselves for that impressive away draw at Heartland. They could have gotten more than that, but eventually ended in the draw. The resurgence continues for Imam Amapakabo and his boys. So give it up for Abia Warriors and Godwin Obaje.
This is Enyimba Football Club of Aba. We have come from North States. We have come.
All right, quickly, Enyimba coach Fatayo Shaw has labeled Libyan side Al Ali Benghazi a decent team ahead of the CAF Confederation Cup clash on Wednesday. That's tomorrow. Now, 2-time African champions Enyimba host the Libyans in Aba in a Group A opener with kickoff slated for 2 p.m. Nigerian time. Just like Enyimba over Rivers United, Al Ali Benghazi needed penalties to eliminate DR Congo's DC Motema Pembe to reach the group stage. Having watched some video clips of the Libyans, Fatayo Shaw stated that Al Ali Benghazi deserved their place in the group stage of the competition.
Yes, they are a decent team. I mean, we've been able to see some of their videos along with the players, and they move the ball very quickly. They have the team chemistry. The teamwork. They have it in abundance, and they are very quick in the attack. A lot of power also. The striker, power player, and a little bit of skill too. And they are a team that is supposed to be where they are now. They didn't get to this group stage by accident at all. Looking at the quality they possess, I think they deserve to be at the group stage.
However, the Enyimba tactician is hoping the People's Elephants will start the group stage well tomorrow.
Best way to start any competition at all, the way you start determines how you progress sometimes. If you start on a high, you want to gain confidence and see yourself doing very well in that particular. But if you struggle on the first day, then it becomes a problem because every other team want to fancy their chances against. It's important that we as a Yimba, we start very well on Wednesday.
All right, that was Yimba coach Fatai Osho speaking ahead of tomorrow's encounter against Al Ali Benghazi. That's the first group game for the People's Elephant in the CAF Confederation Cup this season. We'll go on a quick break to bring you the news in 60, after which we'll continue with the show. Don't go anywhere, the show will be right back after this time out.
I've always been destined to win. Yo, my speed is the bit.
Today's news in 60.
The National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA, says eligible Nigerians will receive the same AstraZeneca vaccine administered on the President Muhammadu Buhari and the Vice President Yemi Osibanjo. Executive Director of the NPHCDA, Dr. Faisal Shuaib, reassured that there is no difference between the COVID-19 vaccine received by the President and the one that Nigerians will be vaccinated with. The Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board has said COVID-19 vaccination in the state will be done in phases in line with the federal government plan. The board explained that the vaccine will be conducted in 4 phases until all eligible persons are vaccinated. Ogun State Governor Prince Dakpo Abiodun has taken delivery of 50,000 doses of AstraZeneca Oxford COVID-19 vaccine donated to the state by the federal government. The governor received the vaccines at the governor's office in Abeokuta shortly after the arrival of the state team led by Commissioner of Health Tomi Koka. On the foreign scene, the United States Center for Disease Control has said people who have been fully vaccinated can gather indoors without wearing a mask.
Today's news in 60.
Here I come with my voice, here to win. It's my choice. You can dream if you.
All right, welcome back. The show is still Today Sports Live, Niger Football Edition, reaching you from the studios of a premium news talk and sports radio station Today, 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Before we went on that break, you heard from the Enyimba coach, Fatai Osho, speaking about tomorrow's opponents in the CAF Confederation Cup, Al Ali Benghazi. He has said so many nice things about them, and he's also hoping to start well tomorrow. Start well will mean a win for the Enyimba side, Superman. You think it's something Enyimba will be able to achieve tomorrow?
Well, I think they can. Look at the Al Ali side; they are not mates. Enyimba have been winners of the CAF Champions League in the past. They've also been in this particular tournament. They've gotten to the semi-finals of the CAF Confederations Cup in the past. They almost always make it to the group stages when they actually get on here. But this is a team that's relatively not that experienced on the continent. CAF Confederations Cup, they've only had one appearance here, and that was the first round in 2009. You want to put that side by side with Enyimba in CAF Confederations Cup. You want to believe Enyimba they've got an edge over this particular Al Ali Benghazi side, at least in the Confederations Cup. So I think Enyimba can take all 3 points. It will be a fine way to start. I'm sure even if we don't have the state governor making statements, somehow everybody wants to replicate what I'm sure, or I want to believe, they want to replicate what happened with OUK, Orji's Okalu, in the past. Hopefully, he would stand behind this particular team, especially when it matters the most. But everything would be resting on Fatai Osho, who I think would really need to be brilliant with his tactics when they come up against the Al Ali side. We struggle against Tunisia and maybe North African teams, rather, not just Moroccan or Tunisian, North African teams, Algeria. This is a Libyan side. We struggle with most of those North African sides because of the style of play and, of course, the experience and quality they parade when we play against them. I think we can get all 3 points. This is Enyimba, and that's Al Ali Benghazi, not Al Ali of Egypt.
All right, Superman, that match will be played by 2 p.m. tomorrow. It starts by 2 p.m. with the hot weather. Somehow the opinion that the Libyans already foresaw this, they had to arrive early. They were in Aba as early as Sunday morning. So they spent 3 days in Aba. They spent 3 days. They would have acclimatized, so to say. Do you think that could be an advantage for the Libyans having arrived early and all that ahead of the encounter?
Smart move. I'm not a Libyan, but if I was in Libya, I would congratulate the owners and management of Al Ali Benghazi. It's more like a political club, but it's a club. I feel that's a smart move. Coming in early enough, you get to acclimatize to the weather, which is most times a problem for us because we travel that day and expect to play under very cold conditions. But it's a smart move, and I think it's going to be helpful for them. But you can't know a place more than the owner of the land now. You've just spent 3 days. I've been here all year, and I play in this particular stadium. I know how to play here, so I think it won't be too much of an advantage. Everything will still boil down to how well we are as a bunch. That's the Enyimba side to play this particular side. I think them acclimatizing, good for them, but it would not still be enough to come up against a very experienced Enyimba. The weather would still be the ones who would get used to the weather. It would affect everybody. Probably might not be equally because we've stayed here for a long time. 3 days is not enough to become a Nigerian. So we'll see. But I do feel everything will boil down to tactics and not just the weather.
So what do you expect from that encounter tomorrow?
Well, I expect a blockbuster fixture for the ABBA fans. I expect, even if you can't go in most times now because of the COVID-19 these days, but I expect a win. All 3 points for Enyimba. You don't get it easier than here at home. Be it any side, this is the group stages. You get your points early enough and you put yourself on maybe a crest or a wave of confidence that could see you get through to the next round and maybe probably to the latter stages of the competition. So I think they can get all 3 points. I think it's something we can do. I think it's possible, and that's what I'll be expecting. But I'm not expecting a stroll in the park. This is the Confederations Cup. It's like also the African Champions League. To get to this stage, you've passed through preliminary stages where exactly. they weed out the weak. These are some of the finest teams here in Africa. It doesn't matter what they are called, as long as you made it to the group stages of the Champions League or the Confederations Cup, you're one of the best 16 teams or thereabouts here in Africa.
The likes of Etoile du Sahel are in this competition.
Exactly.
CS Sfaxien
are here.
Raja Casablanca.
Casablanca teams are here.
Yeah. So, we have so many decent teams, including the Egyptians, Pyramids, and of course the defending champions of RS Bekani of Morocco. Yeah, they are all in this competition. Decent teams as it we are. Okay, I've been trying to get across to the Enyimba coach, not quite successful yet. But Superman, for Enyimba side, you're expecting them to start on a winning note tomorrow, right?
Yes.
They've been solid at home in the competition this season, save for that draw against Rahimo. The other matches they've been able to win,
including the one against Rivers United.
I think they also won against which other opponent earlier before now. Okay. Elmerick, they beat Elmerick, although they were knocked out over
from
next year.
That's in the Champions League preliminaries. Yes, I expect smart tactics from the coach. He has told us he has watched clips about the team. That's very important. Put in the best strategy now. You take it one game at a time. That's the smart way to do the job. This is like the final, because we have to do everything, get 3 points here. You don't know what will happen when you go over to Libya. They play in Algeria these days now.
But they have gotten the go ahead to return to
Libya. Okay, so we'll need to get all 3 points. Yeah, it's important. It's crucial. So I think it will boil down to tactics. Enyimba have got some fine players. Anayo Iwuala, one boy that comes to our mouths and our minds these days, especially when it comes to what we hear him do, dribbles and everything and what.
John Noble, haven't you been seeing him?
John Noble too, who has been invited,
the hero,
exactly, to the Super Eagles team now, would also be particularly part of this one. He is one man who has grown in leaps and bounds over the last 3-4 years, from his days here in Nigeria to his days in Togo back to Nigeria. So I expect Enyimba to put in their best performance against this particular side. Again, I think the mentality should be that this is a final. You fail here and you've started your journey out of the competition. Yes.
Okay, let's go to the camp of the Super Eagles, because the list, like you heard earlier, is out.
Super Eagles, no tension. You are winning. By the grace of God, you shall win, you shall win.
All right, Super Eagles coach Gernot Rohr has included clubless captain Ahmed Musa, William Troost-Ekong, goalkeeper Francis Uzoho, midfielder Wilfred Ndidi, and forward Victor Osimhen in the 24-man list for this month's 2021 Africa Cup of Nations qualifying matches against Benin Republic and Lesotho. Nigeria, who are top of Group E with 8 points, one ahead of Benin Republic and 5 more than third place Sierra Leone, tackled the Scourers away at the in Port Novo on Saturday, 27th March, and will lock horns with the Crocodiles of Lesotho at the Teslim Balogun Stadium in Lagos 3 days later. Now, there are fresh invitations for Enyimba goalkeeper John Noble and Red Hot Almeria striker Sadiq Umar. 7 players, including Galatasaray in Turkey, Wilfred Ndidi, Leicester City of England, Abdullahi Shehu, listed as a midfielder this time. He plays for Omonia Nicosia in Cyprus. Of course, Joe Aribo of Glasgow Rangers is also included alongside Shemi Ajayi of West Brom. The forwards are Ahmed Musa, who is unattached. He doesn't have a club right now. Alex Iwobi of Everton, Sadiq Umar of UD Almeria in Spain, Samuel Chukwueze of Villarreal, Victor Osimhen of Napoli, Kelechi Iheanacho of Leicester City, Samuel Carlo of Bordeaux, and Moses Simon of FC Nantes out there in France. So these are the 24 players invited for the fixture. But there are about 7 of them in the standby list, and they are Daniel Akpeyi of Kaizer Chiefs in South Africa, Henry Onyekuru of Galatasaray in Turkey, Peter Olayinka of Slavia Prague in Czech Republic, Terem Murphy of FC Lorient in France, and Paul Onuachu, the red hot man, he plays for Genk out there in Belgium. Michael Olise of Reading in England, and Adekunle Adeleke of Abia Warriors. Who is this one? All right, so the list finally out, made public officially. Superman, what do you make of the list holistically? What do you make of it?
Well, it's not too far from what was expected from some quarters. I'm not sure anybody is that or too surprised. We didn't get to see a new name, new names, except in the standby list.
How about John Noble?
Okay, John Noble is
John Noble.
Name. Sure.
Sadiq Umar.
But
he hasn't played for the Super Eagles before, so these are the 2 new names.
What we saw when they played Enyimba, gonna throw around him. I'm sure most people just assumed.
Somebody talked about that Ross spoke with him, and it was Mbago Kale.
Exactly.
Yes, they saw Ross speaking with him, and that eventually said, it was going to invite him.
He will give him a shot.
Yes, so he has taken the place of
I'm sure
now.
That's why I was not surprised. And Daniel Akpeyi too, who has been pushed to the standby list. Particularly, I think maybe, I don't know, I've not seen Francis Uzoho. I'll try not to judge. But Akpeyi has been brilliant with Kaizer Chiefs, winning best goalkeeper and what have you. I felt he should have been given a nod.
But for best goalkeeper in the Ballast Award, right?
Yes, but in the goalkeeping position, I think I'm okay. I don't have problems.
Okay. John Noble,
I can't separate Akpeyi. I can't separate Akpeyi and Uzoho. So whoever goes off, I don't mind. But John Noble has been brilliant
for him.
I'm not sure he will get a nod to start. I think our first choice is Maduka Okoye. He's playing regularly for Sparta Rotterdam. But for the defenders, Emeka, Jamilu Collins, I really don't get why he still makes the list. Maybe for the players you understand. Playing in second division.
Has the way of keeping faith with players he knows. He's used to.
But Leon Balogun is back. Balogun and Aribo won the Scottish Premier League, and they were really instrumental. Leon Balogun was playing almost every game for that particular side, so I'm okay with that particular list. Even if I think about 12 defenders or so, there are some questions as to defensive and all that, but let me leave that side. I'm okay with that. The midfielders, Ayodele Aribo would definitely make this team anytime, any day.
It's 8 defenders, not Superman.
It's
8 defenders.
8 defenders we have there. In midfield, we have how many midfielders?
We have some midfielders who are defenders. Yes, like Shemi Ajayi
that's the problem. Abdullahi Shehu and Shemi Ajayi. Players I feel ordinarily might or should be on the other side.
Yes,
they might end up playing for us in the defensive positions if they are to play at all.
Oh, Kevin Akpoguma did not make the list.
Akpoguma did not make the list this time. I'm sure we would understand. Even him, he would understand.
Okay, let's go to the controversial issue. Ahmed Musa is clubless. He hasn't played football for over 6 months. His planned move to West Brom did not see the light of the day. He's still looking for a new club as to speak, but he's in the list. Is that a good decision from the coach?
Well, ordinarily, if this was England, it's a bad decision. But this is Nigeria, and sometimes there are some patting on the back and politics that go in behind the scene. So you want an Ahmed Musa to help encourage the boys. You want an Ahmed Musa so it won't look like the team will be demoralized. Don't forget, Ahmed Musa is much more experienced than most of the... I think Kemene Tomiruwo is the only man I know that might.
Musa is more experienced than him in the national team.
Exactly. Musa has played through all the ranks, but I think they've
even in the Super Eagles,
Omeru has been there for Omeru too has been there for a while, but I know, of course, Musa
is older than him in the national team.
Exactly, and even in terms of going through the ranks, like I mentioned earlier, so you want to have Musa around for that particular reason. But in terms of playing, I would see if Musa would start, because I would be shocked. I ordinarily feel as a coach who loves Musa, you would have advised him go and join Abia Warriors or join Inyimba, and just to be active. I know it looks like an insult, but since you didn't get West Brom,
what insult are we talking about? Asamoah Gyan is playing in the local league in Ghana now,
and he's just around, is it 34, 35 or thereabout? So I think he would have advised him to do that. But let's see, if he doesn't play, I don't have problems. We've seen captains.
Just maybe have some influence in the dressing room, motivate the younger ones and what have you.
To push the boys.
Okay, how about the omission of Paul Onuachu? 25 league goals in Belgium with Gonke, but he's omitted. Are you surprised?
I was coming to that, Emeka. I am surprised. Reasons being that the best striker of every national team, as long as you can play, should always get an invite. At least just be invited. You don't have to play. But I've seen coaches who invite the best players of France and Benzema will start. The highest goal scorer will sit on the bench, but you invite him. In England, it's the same thing. You reward creativity, you reward people who are doing well, so they can.
But it doesn't work always. I remember back then in Brazil, they hardly invited Mario Jardel, who was banging in the goals for FC Porto, in Portugal then, because there was a certain Ronaldo da Lima.
Look at the comparison.
Giovanni Elba was overlooked.
Look at the comparison now. Da Lima, Ronaldo playing for those big sides then and scoring well, at least maybe not as high as the Jadel guy, but I mean they are not mates. But we don't have a Da Lima Ronaldo now. Osimhen is struggling for life at the moment, in terms of his game and
but consolation for Onacho is on the standby list. Osimhen could pull out anytime with injury or whatever. Any of those guys can pull out, and the last 2 times that was how Onacho got into the team.
I think Onacho should have been invited. I will not paint it. I will not romance the situation.
Yeah, but over time he has been invited, but somehow it doesn't live up to the expectation. It looks like he's not a national team player. He's more of a club performer than a national team player.
I could side row on that, but I think somehow he has worked with the clubs. And the goal he scored against Egypt, I went to look at that goal, Emeka. It was a quick goal and a nice cross. So maybe this boy works.
8 seconds.
He works with those kind of things, crossing, nodding, and all those things. Why not find ways?
Are we going to change our style because of Onacho?
No, Emeka, last 5 minutes of the game, there are times when we need these goals, and you could throw him in and he could get us the result.
Right.
Just assure him.
He's on the standby list for now, Superman.
There's no problem.
We would love to get the reaction of the listeners out there. What do you make of Onuachu's omission from the main list and the inclusion of clubless captain Ahmed Musa? New inclusions: John Noble of Enyimba, the goalkeeper, and Sadiq Umar. I'm sure Raw was very impressed with his performance against Rivers United here in Port Harcourt. He saved 2 penalties and even scored the winning penalty to hand Enyimba passage to the group stage of the CAF Confederation Cup. Sadiq Umar is red hot. He's scoring goals for fun at Almeria, right there in the second division in
and in the under 23s.
So deserved the call up for him.
4 goals in 6 games in the under 23s when he played for Samson Siasia.
Yeah, in 2016.
I think this man, I've been clamoring for him to get a chance. The question is what he does with that chance. This is just a chance. I don't think he's that qualified because he's playing in second division, even if he's been winning Player of the Month and second top scorer, goal scorer currently, or leading scorer currently in that particular league. I think he brings a lot to the national team.
All right, looking at the standby list, we have Daniel Lakpe, Hero Nyekuru, Peter Lainka of Slavia Prague, Terry Murphy, not forgetting Paul Onuachu, Michael Olise. I'm hearing that name for the first time. Adekunle Adeleke, another home-based player on the standby list. He plays for Abia Warriors. Many of these players with a good chance of making it to the main team.
Well, time will tell if someone gets injured.
Exactly.
But Handy Michael Olise, that standby invite, I think is good. Olise is actually a good player for Reading. If you follow the championship, Michael Olise has been really just okay anyway. I won't say exceptional, but it's been just okay. We hear Club Brugge might be coming for him, or even one of the teams in the Premier League. So I think Terry Murphy for me, the less I talk about him, the better. I shout about him most times when we're talking about Nigerian football. We all know Peter Olayenka and his exploits in the Champions League with Slavia Prague, and now to the Europa League. Exactly. Henry Onyekuru, he has gone back to a place where I feel the music, he danced well to the music of Galatasaray, and it's working well for him. Daniel Akpeyi, of course, I feel he probably should have also gotten the chance even in the main team. But Adekunle Adeleke, I don't know too much about the man, but I'm sure Ro has seen him play for Abia Warriors and feels he has something he wants in the national. These are the kind of things I want. Invite a player we don't know. Let us feel that at least it was because of your tactics. You wanted this boy. You feel he can add something to your team.
All right. Time to hear from you out there. We're handing the microphone over to you right now. All you need to do is to pick up your phones and dial the numbers 0817 0000951 0817 0000951. You can also reach us on the second number. That's 0810 9510 Please remember to turn down the volume of your radio set or listening device when you get across to us, so we could have a very peaceful conversation. Alternatively, send us messages via text or WhatsApp to 070-1933-9962. Can Enyimba get it right tomorrow when they face Al Ali Benghazi? You can react to match day 14 actions in the MPFL. Rivers United won on Sunday against Jigawa Golden Stars to bounce back to winning ways. And the big one, the list for the upcoming AFCON qualifiers against Benin Republic and Lesotho have been released, and it has been released. And of course, we have Ahmed Musa, who is without the club, making that list there. While Paul Onacho, who has scored 25 league goals for Genk in Belgium, was omitted, only getting a place in the standby list there, right there. So, what do you make of what we have discussed so far? Let's go to the phone line. Sorry, we lost that one. Hello.
Good afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live. Sounding like Celia West, right?
My name is Celia West.
Celia West, good to have you on the show. Let's hear you.
You see those Bengali, they are very good in defense. They play a very compact defensive football. So I don't think Enyimba can get a goal.
It's okay. We will know tomorrow. You never believed in Enyimba one day. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Thank you so much. Let's go to another caller. Hello. No, but it's obvious. Celia West doesn't believe in Enyimba. You know, even when we were paired against Rivers United,
he's a Rivers United
will beat Enyimba.
That was obvious.
That they will beat us in Aba.
He's a Rivers United fan, but now he's a Nigerian.
He doesn't see anything good in Enyimba. I'm not happy with him. Enyimba will keep surprising him. Don't worry. They will see what we'll do to the Libyans tomorrow. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hello. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live. Yes, Simon from Remo Dumaya. Good to have you on the show.
I greet you.
Thank you. Let me start from my wonderful coach, Papa Yosho. Anytime I hear this man speaking, I'm always happy. And I can look at how Papa Yosho was, breaking that team.
He has studied them. I mean, he has done due diligence. He has studied the team very well.
My prayer for him is that if all this that he is doing, if you into the of what he has already happened, because I see he know what to do. I will block on his side because he not only block as a coach, favor from above, as he's working hard as someone that.
We lost that one. While before we go back, okay, let's see if this one will go through. Hello. Good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live.
Mr. Nika, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and the location?
My name is Belgam.
Belgam. Good to have you on the show, Belgam. Talk to us.
Yes, I love Enyimba so much. Why I love Enyimba? I know how Rangers and Shooting Stars struggled in this nation years back.
To win the Champions League?
Yes, I remember. Emeka, you remember Ernest Okonkwo and the rest of the commentators?
May his soul rest in peace.
Oh my God. That was when football
he gave virtually every footballer in this country a nickname.
God, blockbuster, I love you, Safiego.
Chairman Christian Chuku, mathematical Shego Degbami. Quick save as Ivana Sokpala. You can go on and on. Please, time will fail us, Belgium, please.
Oh my God. I try to remind me something. Chief Justice Adokia. So, Enyimba came and did a wonderful job by winning that particular campaign, back to back.
Back to back, my brother, back to back.
Oh my God. So, Enyimba, tomorrow, not only beating, what is it called?
Al Ali Benghazi. Al Ali Benghazi.
Good.
They will be beating Silly, Abi.
Oh my God.
It's okay. Let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Belgium. Let's go to another caller. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to today's Sports Live. Your name and the location? Good to have you on the show. Up in Yimba.
I know Silhouette never believe in Enyimba. But there is an average here that says, no, they do any for the
You can go, my brother. That's how we. After all we have done, he still doesn't believe in us.
I don't know.
At this point, he should support Enyimba because of what we have done. You'll be surprised again. Don't worry. Surprised tomorrow. Thank you so much, Onyedikachi. Let's go to another caller. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to today's First Live.
Yeah, my name is Gifted Gift, and I come from Imo State.
Gifted Gift from Owerri, right?
Yeah.
Up Heartland.
Yeah, Benazzi Millionaire.
We're no fit to win on Sunday.
Well, at least, our brother will just match the 1 point.
I hear. Make I hear.
Yeah, we are wishing Enyimba good luck tomorrow.
That is it, my brother. That is it.
Yeah, the coach has spoken well. I believe the players will apply all this. If they can put all this at work, I believe tomorrow they will come out top.
All right.
Points.
All
because
right.
they are representing Nigeria, not Apa.
Yes, so thank you so much, Gifted for your call. We'll go to the text message and WhatsApp portals. We have lots of messages coming through. Superman.
Emeka and the Sports Crew, good afternoon. Thank you all for your nice job. I'm in love with your station because of you guys. Please, when we Rangers and Imba's match B, that's coming from Jude Nathaniel. Please, he's going to try even a professional coach. 12 defensive players, including defenders and defensive midfielders, and no creativity against ordinary Benin and Lesotho. Morocco again, they postponed CHAN in 2015, few weeks to the competition besides CAF board and are not serious. They postponed in the 17th AFCON, but they didn't postpone their election taking place in the same Morocco with over 500 delegates. I'm Abdul from LMA. So says, good evening or good afternoon. Please want to know why we always postpone games. If anybody has a game at the continent, they should have played their game on Saturday or Sunday.
No, honestly.
We're getting things wrong in our league. Tomorrow now, PPG will come out.
I talked about that one. They should have played the Fire on Sunday because it was a home game for Imba in Aba.
Yeah.
3 days after you play Alali Benghazi. So they should have played that one, except for the fact that the Libyans were already in town. But does it make any difference? After all, you have seen their videos, they have also seen yours.
Exactly.
Is there anything to hide?
Good afternoon to you all. I don't see Enyimba winning tomorrow to end in a draw. Please, what did Rangers play last weekend? Skiffy Perry is my name from a chair. I think 1-0 draw.
Well, Rangers played 1-1 against Canopilas in Kaduna, yeah. From
Pastor Nkemjika, please, will the Enyimba player that was red carded in the match against Rivers United be eligible to play tomorrow?
The first leg, Tosi Omoyele was a straight red, so you missed, I think, 2 matches at least. So he will not be able to. He will not play tomorrow. But we have to confirm that one. Yeah.
Good afternoon, guys. We no longer have good players in the Super Eagles. Likewise, the coach is taking Nigeria nowhere. Watching these players play no longer interests me. Fred from Rumekini. So says we don't have players that are top quality in that team because most of them are not really the best Nigeria can offer. In our streets, there are greater players to represent Nigeria, but our hands are crossed. On WhatsApp portal, this one says, wow, lots of them here. Good afternoon, guys.
All right, while we wait for Superman to sort that out, let's go to the phone lines. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Afternoon. I call from Wimbo. My name is No Photocopy.
No photocopy, no duplicates.
Thank you, brother man. I think I don't care who can draw in fight or who he does not in fight. What I care is the result. Because I don't want to see another 4-4 draw or goal.
Okay.
After the match, after the game, we justify the lead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. No photocopy. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Gift?
Chibeze from Omako.
Okay, Chibeze from Omako. Let's hear you, my brother. This I be walking. You don't deliver, man. Okay, don't worry. Superman, more messages coming through.
This one says, good afternoon, guys. I'm not happy. That's on WhatsApp. I'm not happy with the inclusion of Musa. To me, the list is good. I believe the list is good. I believe we can even win with our home-based players. Please, will Enyimba game be shown on TV?
Yes,
that's coming in.
It will be live on MPSL.tv and on NTA Star Times.
Apostle of Love says, good day, guys. Emeka, don't mind those who do not believe in Enyimba.
No, okay. Tomorrow then go believe. Then I go open tomorrow. Then go believe. Especially Tele West there. He will believe us tomorrow. Don't worry. 3-0 against Alali Benghazi. Thank you so much, Superman. Thank you to you out there for being a part of this one. The show makes a return same time tomorrow. And before then, there will be Sports Attack coming your way by 7:30 a.m. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful evening out there and keep it locked on this dial. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Morakosi. Thank you.
stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today.
Good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has emphasized on the need to design a regional development structure for the region. Senator Akpabio said this while briefing newsmen in Port Harcourt ahead of the commissioning of the Niger Delta Development Commission headquarters at Eastern Bypass by President Muhammadu Buhari. He said the regional development plan, which is aimed at connecting all states of the Niger Delta through major projects, will commence immediately after the NDDC building is commissioned. Earlier, the interim administrator of the NDDC said completing the NDDC building was prioritized to put an end to the continuous payment of 300 million naira yearly rent at the Aba Road office of the commission. Our correspondent reports that the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio, announced that a proposal will be submitted to the Federal Executive Council for the furnishing of the 13th-floor building. The Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has declared that there will be no substantive board of the Niger Delta Development Commission until the forensic auditors of the NDDC complete their assignment. Senator Akpabio, while briefing newsmen in Port Harcourt, said this in a reaction to the call by the South-South Governors Forum on the federal government to stop all payments to the NDDC until a board is set up. The minister, who said he is not opposed to the constitution of a substantive board for the NDDC, explained that setting up a board in the middle of the investigation will compromise the forensic audit. The People's Democratic Party has commenced its South-South Congress in Port Harcourt despite a restraining order of a high court in Calabar. Speaking with newsmen, the chairman of the South-South Governors Forum and Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa said the party is getting ready to take over power at the national level in 2023. At 1:56 p.m., the national legal advisor of the party moved a motion to dissolve the tenure of the current zonal executives to pave the way for the election of the new executive. The motion was seconded by Senator Matthew Ohogide from Edo State. Voting started at 2:05 p.m. with delegates from Akwa Ibom State. Adetokunbo Pers said the voting will be done in alphabetical order of the 6 states. The United Kingdom has signed a memorandum of understanding to return to Nigeria the sum of £4.2 million, assets diverted from former Delta State Governor James Ibori. This was announced by the British High Commission to Nigeria, Catriona Leong, in Abuja. Leong said the signing of the MOU at the conference hall of the Ministry of Justice that the money was recovered from friends and family members of the former governor. She pointed that many Nigerians were in the practice of stealing public funds from the country to the UK, saying that has also affected the level of trust between the two countries. Leong, however, warned that the UK would no longer be used as a destination for looters to siphon process of crime. Ibori was sentenced to 13 years in prison by a UK court for money laundering in 2012. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, said the recovery of the stolen fund is part of the effort of the current administration to fight corruption, adding that the money will be used for the construction of the Second Niger Bridge, Abuja-Kanu Road, and Lagos-Ibadan Express Road. From the agreement signed, the £4.2 million will be returned in 2 weeks. The National Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has threatened to go on strike over the failure of the federal government to address their demands and implement the agreements reached with the association last year. In a communique signed by NARD President Iyalawa Ohuosuyi, after a virtual national executive meeting, the association resolved to proceed on a recess if their demands are not acceded to by the government. Among their demands include the immediate payment of the salaries of members, the payment of all minimum wage and other salary arrears to its members without further delay, and the immediate implementation of 50% of consolidated basic salary as hazard allowance for all healthcare workers. Others are the immediate payment of the medical residency fund for 2021 with the arrears of 2019 and 2020 inclusive, that all training institutions be directed to stop the collection of bench fee from its members since it was not captured in the residency training fund as approved, and that all clinical health workers be considered for COVID-19 vaccination and other issues affecting effective healthcare delivery in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, including adequate provision of PPEs, be addressed. The association warned that should the federal government fail to implement the demands, its members would have no choice but to proceed on indefinite strike, pending when the demands are met. A Port Harcourt-based youth activist, Charles Jaja, has criticized Governor Nyesom Wike for asking Bonny and Rivers people to reject the groundbreaking ceremony of the Eastern Railway project, the Bonny Deep Sea Port, and the Railway Industrial Park in Port Harcourt. Reacting to the comment, Charles Jaja, who is also a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress in the state, said it was wrong for the governor to ask the people to reject such a project that will open up development for the people. Governor Wike, during the commissioning of Rumoji, Iba, Obeli, Isheko Link Road, declared that Rivers people do not need the Bonny Deep Sea Port and the Railway Industrial Park, and asked the people not to fall for what he referred to as a bait from the federal government. A French school has admitted to spreading false claims about a teacher. I'll take that again. A French schoolgirl has admitted to spreading false claims about a teacher before he was murdered last year. Samuel Paty was beheaded in October after showing students cartoon of the Prophet Muhammad. A girl whose complaints sparked an online campaign against Paty has now admitted that she was not in the class. Paty's killing stunned France and led to an outpouring of support at memorial ceremonies and marches around the country. The 13-year-old girl, who has not been officially named, originally told her father that Paty had asked Muslim students to leave the classroom while he showed the cartoon during a class on free speech and blasphemy. The girl explains in her leaked testimony that she made up the story so as not to disappoint her father. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon. I am Will Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned as the platform comes up shortly.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You know what? Come on, put that down now. I go match on that. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, shoot that police.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up, 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though, what kind of country is this? A boy I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished, though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stands, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use henceforth? Okay, carry your paper. Carry your paper. Fem for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply the answer you get now waiting, they make come and they cry. The answer you get now waiting, they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting, they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting, they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then agree to grant and bail. Get it, oh. Everybody, oh yeah, join Jagbajantis, make we solve mathematics. We did about our continent, so you both say about mass, we go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis. So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
oh, for objectivity.
Be objective,
D for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, in a military.
M for modification.
Our behavior, let's stand to the same behavior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity.
Not every time divided, oh my shell.
We enter new millennium. Nigerians like 120 million. One population of 6 billion.
6 billion.
1 by 120 million altogether. Oh yeah.
Altogether.
The answer you get now waiting, they make people they jar. Come on for night. You get now waiting, they make people want travel. By hook or by crook. The answer you get now waiting, they make people they sleep for embassy, for visa. Answer you get now waiting, they make people they sell them property for ticket. Get it. Then they travel, see. Get it. Oh, hey. Everybody, oh yeah,
join Jagbajantis, make we solve mathematics.
We did about our continent, so
you both say about mass,
we go use take
solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis.
So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
oh, for objectivity.
Be objective, gentlemen, ladies.
D for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, in a military.
M for modification.
Of our behavior, let's stand to the same behavior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity.
United we stand and divided, oh my shell.
You just the HSCity.
Shut it go.
And there's the VG City.
Shut it go.
Right go level for HSCity. Rich man corner be VG City. You try at AJ and VG City all together, oh yeah. waiting, they make rich man oppress and then suppress. The answer you get now waiting, they make poor man depress. But then aggress. The answer you get now waiting, they make poor man they try to keep up with the Joneses. Answer you get now waiting, they make poor man begin. They try to prove a limit. Get it. Never get money, then they finish. Get it. Oh, yeah. Everybody, oh yeah,
Join Jabba Jantis, solve mathematics.
With the Dabaru, continent. So, going both say the bonus, we go use takes of mathematics. So follow Jabba Jantis. So ya can
situation in this nation, disposition, our condition, unexplainable pain in our hearts, not to mention brothers killing brothers, full of patience, salvation. Resolutions are made, but always made with lack of vision. Imperfection is the order as we keep seeking solutions. Only God can solve this mathematical equation.
Thanks for your contribution. Now, any more questions?
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the current are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. Every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
We are getting very, very worried at what we're seeing at the moment. A situation where for more than 1 year now, the NDDC is being run first by a caretaker committee, now an interim administrator. It does not augur well for our people because in the first instance, the opportunity for all states to be represented as they ought to be represented in the board of the NDDC is no longer there. It therefore means that there are no state inputs into what is going on in the NDDC. We do know that there is a forensic audit taking place, and if for that reason the board has not been constituted, our advice is that monies being sent to the NDDC should then be put into an escrow account until a board is constituted, and then proper processes are followed in the expenditure of the money in such a way that it will be visibly accountable in the best interest of the peoples of the Niger Delta.
Now, that was the voice of the governor of Delta State, Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, at the end of the forum's meeting, which held at the Government House, Port Harcourt. 19 minutes gone past 4 o'clock, and you're welcome to another exciting edition of the platform on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson, and this program, what we do is we get our correspondents report. Our correspondents are out there sourcing for this report from the field, and on this program we take their reports and have them give us more details, so perhaps you get to hear what is not entirely in the news tribune. Now, governors of the South states have demanded an upward review of the provision of 2.5% as host community trust fund in the petroleum industry bill to 10% at least, in the best interest of oil communities and the nation. Now, chairman of the South Governors Forum and governor of Delta State, Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, made this assertion at the end of the forum's meeting, which held at the Government House, Port Harcourt. Now, the governors expressed the belief that if the communities feel satisfied with the provision of funds for them in the PIB, that they are more likely to be watchdog on behalf of the federal government, state government, and oil companies. Let's get to listen to him again.
While we welcome the host community trust fund, we do believe that the 2.5% that is appropriated in that bill for the purpose of host community fund is inadequate. We have discussed with our people, and collectively as leaders of the people in our various states and as leaders standing in on behalf of our people, we urge that the National Assembly should increase the provision in the host community fund from 2.5% to 10% in the best interest of our communities and in the best interest of our nation, because we do believe that the communities have a role to play, especially with issues concerning the surveillance of our oil facilities and the pipeline network.
Now, the governors also advised President Muhammadu Buhari that in the absence of the board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, that's the NDDC, funds for the commission beyond the payment of salaries should be put in an escrow account until he constitutes a new board. Now, Governor Okowa describes as worrisome the running of the NDDC in over a year by an interim caretaker committee and currently by an interim administrator.
We are getting very, very worried at what we're seeing at the moment. A situation where for more than 1 year now, the NDDC is being run first by a caretaker committee, now an interim administrator. It does not augur well for our people, because in the first instance, the opportunity for all states to be represented as they ought to be represented in the board of the NDDC is no longer there. It therefore means that there are no state inputs into what is going on in the NDDC. We do know that there is a forensic audit taking place, and if for that reason the board has not been constituted, our advice is that monies being sent to the NDDC should then be put into an escrow account until a board is constituted, and then proper processes are followed in the expenditure of the money in such a way that it will be visibly accountable in the best interest of the peoples of the Niger Delta.
Now, present at the meeting were the governors of Rivers State, Governor Nyesom Wike, the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, governor of Bayelsa State, Doyo Diri, deputy governor of Akwa Ibom State, Moses Ekpo, who stood in to represent Governor Udom Emmanuel. Meanwhile, the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has declared that there will be no substantive board of the Niger Delta Development Commission until the forensic auditors of the NDDC complete their assignment. Now, Senator Akpabio, while briefing newsmen in Port Harcourt, said this in a reaction to the call by the South-South Governors Forum on the federal government to stop all payments to the NDDC until a board is set up. Now, here's the thing. The minister, who said he is not opposed to the constitution of a substantive board for the NDDC, explained that setting up a board currently now, in the middle of the investigation and the forensic audit, will compromise the whole essence of the exercise in the first place. So let's listen to Godswill Akpabio.
If in 19 years, NDDC board, as you call it, could not produce an edifice of this nature, could not even use mere 16 million naira to connect the head office to the national grid, that would tell you that the congregation of boards sometimes have misplaced priorities. We are saying that there is going to be a board for the NDDC. Nobody is against the board, but let us finish with the forensic audit. And boards have various interests. In a few months, the forensic audit will be over, and the board will definitely be inaugurated for the NDDC. I don't see a problem. Rather, I will plead with the governors to ensure that they carry out local government elections, not local government announcements. Because some states just announce their chairman and say they did election, they don't count any votes. Then you will see bandwagon effect. Wow. If a federal government were to do that, they will shout. If they have 11 or 12 councillors in the local government, they will announce the 11, announce the chairman, all PDP. All the South states, for instance, are PDP.
All right, you've heard the position of both parties here. So what do you make of the position of the South-South governors, first off, putting it side by side, Godswill Akpabio's response to their demand? And what would be done differently if there's a substantive board of the NDDC? It's a very important question that we must get an answer for. 0817 0000951. 0810-951-0951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-9339-962. What do you make of both position from the South-South governors and the response given by Godswill Akpabio, and what you think would be, done differently if the substantive board of the NDDC is created. Let's get to hear from you now. Send in your messages to the number 0701 9339 962. 95.1 FM. Oh dear. Last book calls there. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 9339 962. 95.1 FM.
Well,
you're welcome, Gift.
Thank you. Good evening.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The truth of the matter, we are the problem to ourselves. You can hear a former governor the way he sounded. What is the business between local government elections with what the governors are demanding? We are talking about the act. It's a law. You don't want to follow the law.
But he's also saying that yes, it is law, but then there's an investigation ongoing that might likely be stalled or have some sort of effect if the demands are met. So that's why there's an interim committee or an interim administrator currently manning the situation.
His Excellency, former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Godswill Akpabio, is 100% wrong. Let me tell you. What he's doing today is because he's in the other side. That is why I said we are the problem to ourselves. What kind of forensic audit that is not seeing any end? Every year, every day, forensic auditing. You will tell people 3 months' time. You will come up with 6 months. You will talk of 1 year. What are you forensic in there?
So that therefore, before I follow you and speak rubbish, well, they're doing the investigation so that in the end of the day, we understand who and who is responsible for the situation of the NEDC in the Niger Delta.
Well, do you know that this very Akpabio is even indicted? Ordinarily, it's not even supposed to oversee that very NDDC.
Well, but until that position is being, taken away from him or he's been suspended from activity within that particular office.
It will not happen. Do you know why it will not happen?
Why won't it happen?
Our people here, they are the problem. They are liaising with, they have business with the national. They are the ones that will ask you tomorrow. What are the one that entered the National Assembly? I think this Look at the shameful behavior of that Bayelsa man, my own state. These are the kind of people they will send in. Then at the end of the day, nobody will hold them responsible because why? Their masters from Abuja is the one giving them directions.
All right, Gift.
They will misbehave. Just make that place as if it's their cocoa farm.
Okay, all right, Gift. I've gotten your point. We have to quickly go for this short advert. When we come back, definitely we would further conversation on this particular matter. Do not forget, I'm asking, what do you make of the position of the South governors, putting it side by side, Akpabio's response to the conclusion of the forum? And then we're asking what will be done differently if there's a substantive board for the NDDC. Also taking into cognizance the fact that there's an investigation ongoing and there is also the immediate need for a conclusion of that investigation for a substantive board to be created, at least if you agree that is. So what do you make of, both questions that I have asked? But we will not be taking the calls now. I'll just call out the numbers that you'll be sending in your messages and then we'll go for the short ad. And when we come back, take both messages and calls. 0701 9339 962. SMS and WhatsApp to that particular number. Until then, do stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
My Port Harcourt people, this na the Odibola Invest and Travel to Dubai promo 2021. Yes, so with just 1,550,000 naira only for live gate layout or 2 million naira only for quiet table layout phase 2, you go qualify to travel with us. Go flex for Dubai inside the month of June 2021. Chai! Hey, waiting you they wait for? Just buy one plot of land for this layout them, and instanta you qualify to travel go Dubai with husband material of Wazobia FM. Rewarding Pekin and the number one comedian of choice inside River State, the advisor. The land day or Magua and Ipo for Equatorial local government area, River State, with approval from Greater Port Harcourt City Development Authority. This now bonga experience where you no go ever forget. Dubai with a come one. Our office address there for the Bola House in the William City Layout, off Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, River State. For more information, carry walk go on top of www.odibolaproperties.com. Call Lisa on 07062641169. Visit our sales point at any Market Square Shopping Center. This work is supported by Real People's Foundation.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, we're back. Thank you for staying tuned. It's still the platform, and it's time for us to take your calls and read your messages on this particular issue. The stance of the South governors and Akpabio's response. Let's get to hear from you now. 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951, 95.1 FM.
Yeah, this is Pastor Zara George from Buguma and Calabar.
You're welcome. Please go on.
Yes, you can see that the intentions and the focus of the Niger Delta governors are only bent on money.
Explain.
How money will come in. Yes.
Is that not a good thing, that how money would come in for whether host communities and the region in itself?
For them and their associates alone to squander while the majority go begging for penury. You understand? Let me tell you. Look at the board. The interim management committee that will investigate the outcome of the NDDC is ongoing. Now they are only looking for out, feeling that maybe within the time that this investigation and forensic auditing is on, maybe for them they are lacking behind. Maybe
there is an act that backs the substantive board for the NDDC, isn't it? Now, if they are saying that they want that to be, implemented at this point in time, is there something wrong with it?
It's wrong. Yes, all is not well with the NDDC, and they are looking for ways to make sure that the problem of NDDC will be solved once and for all. And you are only looking for how that money that you used to be getting in that NDDC, maybe when the boards are set up, how it will come back and for you to continue taking money. Now, the money they are taking in, they have been taking in NDDC, how has it reflected in life of the people that they are serving?
And then what has been the reasonable progression that the supposed forensic audit for the NDDC? How much progress have we recorded so far?
It doesn't matter.
It also matters. It's also something you have to point out.
Well, one day, we are just here. One day they started the forensic. One day to come.
Okay, we should wait for one day then. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Really, we have to listen to someone else. 95.1 FM.
No way.
You're welcome, Hart. Please go on.
Thank you very much. Well, yeah. President are looking for a way to hunt some people in another data concerning this forensic audit going on in NDDC. Against them to say this is very, very bad. Let you appoint ND, managing director to NDDC, so that development will continue to happen through NDDC.
But the interim administrator can actually ensure that development continues. How much development has the NDDC even before now brought to the Niger Delta that we're now making so much noise about?
Well, political everything is going on now in NDDC is political.
Okay then. All right then.
Against some people.
All right then, Hart.
For 2023,
All right, let's move on to the next person. Sorry, we lost that call. 0817-00000951 or 0810-9510951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-9339962. I'll just read a couple messages and then we'll go back to the phone lines. On WhatsApp, someone says, good evening, Wealth. The PIB bill that once becomes an act won't be accented to by President Buhari, just like the Electoral Reform Act. We are watching, and that's coming from Destiny Ibe from Ahoda. This person via SMS says, until the forensic audit is concluded, there will be no bird. They will compromise the audit. We have been having birds since NDDC was created. What has the NDDC achieved? Akpabio is right, and that's coming from John. This one says, good day. Sometimes I laugh when certain officials or individuals come in the guise of being leaders to accuse people or speak on accountability. Okay. Asking who is fooling who, and that's coming from Bliss. This one says, governors always... Governor's solutions to the NDDC issue. Please tell me which of these state governors have their budgets open to the public. The Delta State governor that spoke have taken allocations close to $4 billion. Please, does his state look like a state that has collected such amount of money? Okay. That message is not very clear, so you might want to send it again. All right, this particular message is not the one I want to read out now. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good afternoon.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Stella West from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome. Please go on.
But I want to react on Fabio's speech on the forensic audit and the response of the Niger Delta governor. You see, the substantive boards are not going to change anything in NDDC.
Why is that?
Hello, is what?
Yeah, why is that? Why do you feel they would not be able to do anything or change anything for the NDDC?
It's just to appoint politicians to go and chop. The previous one, what have they done?
But if there is an investigation ongoing, anybody that would be appointed into, the board within the NDDC would understand that first off, they have to redeem themselves, gain the trust of the people.
How long is the forensic audit going to take?
Well, I wouldn't know.
See, I've worked in the country and I know how a senior auditor works. They do their job and they get their money and get away. And this forensic audit is taking long. And I'm looking at EFCC. I think the new chairman is watching because I want, if this forensic audit come out, it should go for those people who have embezzled Nigerians' money.
Okay.
It should not select.
All right, then.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. One more call, and then we move on to the next issue. 95.1 FM. You're welcome, Grandpa.
The minister. It's like when you yourself, you are black. I call somebody kettle or black. You know yourself. I'm not happy about it because we start to exposing some of our callers whom we know their background.
No. My caller's background is not even my problem now. But is Akpabio supposed to still be, in the position where he is, understanding that there's not been any conclusion as to the matter that also involves him?
Allegation, alleged.
That's what I'm saying. That is what I am saying. Until the allegation is cleared out, is he supposed to be, functioning in that capacity as well?
Is the allegation cleared? Has he been convicted? If we say alleged, when we talk, say alleged, and he will stop in his own. When the allegation alleged, grammar continue. I want us to know that this belongs to us, not to one person.
All right then.
Whatever happens, they should do thorough job. Stop appointing, because if I appoint someone now, who is going to inaugurate them? As what? Who will be the chairman? When there is a forensic audit, do you know that whether those people that are appointed are also be indicted? Please, let us leave this to flow.
All right, we'll see how it plays out in the end of the day anyway. This NDDC probing of forensic audits that we've been hearing for so long that, somewhat has caused all of this misunderstanding amongst, there are people who have been indicted, people with allegations to their name that little or nothing has been done or proven yet. and then, the calls for the substantive board for the NDDC, all of this, hopefully it comes to an end really soon. And by the grace of God, the Niger Delta Commission would be able to at least work for the development of the people within the region. And I think that should be the end goal of this whole discussion. But then let's quickly move on now to talk about Senator Magnus Abe and his stance with the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. Now, Senator Magnus Abe has maintained that he has no personal grievance with the Minister of Transportation, that's Rotimi Amechi. Senator Abe, while speaking on a live television, however, said that he has political differences with Amechi over his leadership attitude in the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State. The senator said he's open to true reconciliation in the APC, and also noted that himself and some of his supporters do not wish to cross from one political party to another, but those who have political aspirations may be forced to do so. Let's get to listen to Magnus Abe.
It's not a personal dispute between me and the former governor and minister of transport. We are both members of the All Progressives Congress. What we are saying is that as members of the party, we have our rights, we have our entitlements, and if those rights and entitlements are respected within the scheme of things, within the party can move forward. There is nowhere in the country or in the world where every politician in a political party must be a friend to every other politician before the party can run its business. It's not done that way. Whatever issues that may exist between me and the minister that are personal to us, if such issues exist, because I'm not aware of them, that will be between us. But the interest of the APC in Rivers State and the interest of the All Progressives Congress, as far as Rivers people is concerned, demands that we're able to work together both with those we agree with and with those we don't agree with. Let me say this and say it very clearly for the whole world to hear. I have no personal disagreements with the Minister of Transportation. We do have political differences because he is the leader of the party in the state.
All right, there you have it. I mean, we've been asking so many questions with whether or not the move will be made by Magnus Abe, especially with, the APC and their political issues and differences within the state chapter. So what do you make of the senator's tone in asking for true reconciliation? I mean, okay, let me allow you be the judge of that instead of, elongating my explanation anyway. Now, if you were in the national leadership of the APC, will you advocate for APC leader in Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, to extend a hand of fellowship or to his colleague, Senator Magnus Abe's group of the party? I mean, that could also be true reconciliation, right? A meeting ground. If one person or one person's style is not very favorable or pleasing in the eye of the other, and we're talking about reconciliation for the APC state chapter, then maybe both parties both worrying, I wouldn't want to say worrying, but both parties should at least extend a hand. Both parties come to a meeting ground. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Text messages to the number 0701-9339-962. That also doubles as the WhatsApp platform as well. So do you think that in the tone of Senator Magnus Abe, he is ready and asking for true reconciliation, and what might be stalling that reconciliation for the party? 95.1 FM.
Well, I want the leader of APC River State, the Right Honorable Today, to now, because in politics, there is no permanent friend and there is no permanent enemy.
True.
With Magnus Abe and the Right Honorable Today, there will be nothing like CDD in 2023 because this party, the APC, like I've told you before, is a brick house setting APC now.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, the tone with which Magnus Abe spoke is good and is welcome, despite what happened in 2019. Back on is back on, politics is politics.
All right. So do you expect that the Minister of Transportation should extend a hand of fellowship?
I know that the Minister of Transportation is a rigid politician, but this time around, I want him to be somehow flexible.
All right then.
To accommodate to the slightest extent the Magnus Abe, so that APC will become more stronger formidable, powerful, and the brick has taken in 2023.
All right, then.
That I want to take this evening.
Thank you.
Well, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mascot, for your call and your contribution. 0817-0000951, 0810-9510951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, 0701-933-996. So I'll be reading some messages real soon. So keep them coming in. 95.1 FM.
Sorry, I've come back again.
You're welcome, Grandpa.
Yes. I'm happy that Senator Magnus has recognized the leadership of Honorable Rotimi Amechi as the leader of the party of state. I know that two of them work together for somebody to appoint you as his secretary of government, secretary to government under his regime. He loves you and you should work together. I'm also begging the Right Honorable Minister to extend his hand of fellowship and forgive, because there is always a very large room for reconciliation. The one thing that matters is how you abuse somebody, depending on how you use your mouth. That's why you can say somebody is sorry, and the sorry is accepted and it is overwhelmed. But not when you tell somebody sorry, you are still talking proud. Remove pride, remove ego, and come down. Join together.
If he's also aggrieved, or if he has problems within or with what's going on within the party, then it's not a matter of humbling himself. Both parties have to humble themselves, because one person is aggrieved by the actions of the other.
He has accepted this one as a leader. He has to go to him as a friend. They have been working together. Governor and the secretary to government. What is the difference? Governor what is the difference?
All right, Grandpa. Thank you. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, this is Pastor George.
Welcome back.
Yes. You see, my sister, it is not true. I disagree with Senator Magnus Abbey, because we all know the truth. He has a personal issue, grievance with the leader of the party, the Right of the Bishop. Now I tell you, we were all there when we were in PDP. We were all there at the party secretariat when the leader, where by then was the governor of the state, told Lee Meba to step down so that Senator Magnus can go for the senatorial post. And at one point, Lee Meba was very astonished to the point that he was a little bit aggrieved. And I am telling you, he was almost embarrassed by the security personnel that were on ground.
Now, okay, because we don't want to prolong this, so that we can listen to other people. He's saying that yes, there are, some how will I put it? Some disagreements with the style of the Minister of Transportation, isn't it? But not a personal problem. So that's what he's saying. The both of you are saying the same thing now.
I am looking at the area where he said he has no personal issue in Assam, or rather political disagreement. But no, let me tell you, the leader also told him to withdraw his ambition, his governorship ambition. Withdraw. Just as I said, I asked somebody to withdraw for you to go to Senate. I am telling you, withdraw. He refused. He rather dragged the party to one court or the other till 2019. After 2019, the party, because of his legal issues, do not have a candidate in the state. He came to 2020, continue with the same
all right, so that means he's not ready for true reconciliation.
That man, see, after this Supreme Court judgment, I was expecting him to leave the party. Leave the honorable.
All right, Pastor Zaya.
Just as Aguma.
All right,
so that
then.
the party can continue without.
Thank you very much. We have to move on now. You're welcome, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, blessed evening to you, my lady. Lady, what you say, there is a saying that you can't eat your cake and have it. Magnus Abbey and his group, they are men who I would say they are heartless. They are men without mercy.
How do you mean?
Lady, when you saw what these men did by not allowing APC come on ballot, whereby they were calling them to come to order where they will sit on the round table.
The party is supposed to be a vehicle to, accelerate the dreams of the people within it, isn't it? Within its structures. Now, if you feel like your party, in one way or by one way or another, is not performing that duty for you, you have a right to, express your grievance.
Please let the word accelerate the dreams of the people. Did you know how many people's dream that was killed in this 2019 election? Not to talk about the governorship aspirants and the senators and the local both the local government chairman and the House of Rep member, all were thrown into the drain.
All right. So do you think that now he is ready for that reconciliation? Now, do you think he's ready for that reconciliation?
You see, these men were not showing mercy in the first place. Even they went to the Supreme Court. Just imagine Supreme Court has not granted the original APC victory. With this man has given up, because Supreme Court has passed the final verdict against them now, they are now claiming that they are not. See, this is the right time the party should expel all these men so that tomorrow they will not be a stumbling block to them again. Because what they did now, there is a saying that a blind man will not allow his grandmother to born for the second time. So if they allow this man in, come 223, this man will do the same thing again. So they should expel them.
All right then. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good evening.
You're welcome.
Please, I want to beg Honorable Otimichike Amechi.
What's your name first off?
Please, I am Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Chris. Please go on.
Please ignore Magnus Abe.
Why?
Please.
Do you know how much of a formidable team Magnus Abe and his supporters, together with the supporters of the Honorable Minister of Transportation, would be an asset to the APC, especially in the states?
Please, we are all witnesses to what happened in this river state in 2019. There can never be any formidable team with Magnus Abe as far as APC is concerned in River State.
All right then.
Magnus Abe was there to play spoiler game. I don't know if you were in your station as far back as that 2019 and experience what APC experienced under this man. This man is a traitor. He went and connived with the full enemies of my right honorable Chibike Rotimi Amechi to undo Amechi politically. And when APC, he claims to be a member of APC. When APC did not get candidate.
All right then.
When the party did not get candidate, he was so happy. And he is saying that he does not have any personal grudges against us. It is not true. He came on air and told the world that Amechi, his grievance was that Amechi asked him before his wife to jettison his political ambition.
All right, Chris, we have to move on because of time.
So
thank you.
Please, Amechi should not forgive him.
Okay. All right, let's quickly talk about this other issue, right, before we close the curtains completely. The United Kingdom has signed a memorandum of understanding to return to Nigeria the sum of £4.2 million asset diverted by former Delta State Governor James Ibori. Now, this was announced by the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Katharina Leong, in Abuja. Leong, at the signing of the MOU at the conference hall of the Ministry of Justice, said that the money was recovered from friends and family members of the former governor. She pointed out that many Nigerians were in the practice of stealing public funds from the country to the UK, saying that that has also affected the level of trust between the two countries. Now, she says that the UK would no longer be used as a destination for looters to siphon monies or proceeds of crime. Ibori was sentenced to 13 years in prison by a UK court for money laundering in 2012. Yes. So for the long and short of all of this, from the agreement signed, the £4.2 million will be returned in 2 weeks. Also, to inform you, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, said the recovery of the stolen fund is part of the effort of the current administration to fight corruption, adding that the monies will be used for the construction of the second Niger Bridge, Abuja-Kanu Road, and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So do you agree with the Attorney General? And will you say that the anti-graft campaign is progressing? 0817-0000951, 0810-9510951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-9339-962. 95.1 FM.
No, why?
You're welcome, Hart.
Thank you. Why, see, all the money that was recovered under this administration, Abacha lose, this person lose, that person lose. Nigeria, we need to see what they use that money to.
The money, they told you what the money would be used for. The second Niger Bridge.
Well,
Uh-huh.
I've never seen such a government that all their wells like this. I'm telling you, that money will come to this country, and what they're telling you and us, they will not do it.
All right, so therefore there's no progress in the fight against corruption. Hart, we have to move on. 1 minute for everybody now. Let's read this message. This one says, return of stolen fund is a welcome development. Cheers to the federal government fight against corruption. And still says, Wilson, let there be peace between the boss and his friend Abe. Let Abe seek for true peace and reconciliation, and let the minister accept his friend Abe and let them move on in peace. Because in politics, the only thing permanent is interest, and that's coming from Comrade Michael B. Jaja. All right, one more call and then another message. 95.1 FM. Lost that one. Therefore, I will be reading one more message until the calls come in. This person says, good evening to everyone in the studio. Having listened to Magnus Abe, to me, he's looking for a soft landing, and if the APC cannot punish Magnus Abe in a big way, I will now know that they are not good politicians, based on what Magnus single-handedly did to them in 2019 elections. All right, let's see if we can take one call. 95.1 FM.
Well,
you're welcome. Quickly.
How are you?
I'm fine. Oh dear. Okay, do well to call back. If we still have time, we might be able to take your call. This person says, Senator Magnus Abe expecting a true reconciliation with the Minister of Transportation. To me, Abe is a bunch of disappointment to himself and to whoever supports or purports to be his follower. I would have seen a man in... It says, I would have seen a man in Senator Abe if he had played the Judas Iscariot in more polite way of registering another party. Can one eat his own vomit? Assuming the case was in favor, what would he have achieved? Okay. All right, let's take one call. 95.1 FM.
Yes. Good evening, Wes.
Good evening. Please go on. You have 1 minute.
Yes, my name is Ono Loki. I'm calling you from Mbai, Nigeria. Now, let me use this opportunity to tell the leader of APC here in South and River State, and then the chairman APC, Isaac Abotobebla, that any attempt to bring Senator Magnus Abe to APC, if they should try and revalidate their membership in APC, we are going to court.
Okay. All right. I hope they heard. All right. That's how we close the curtains on today's edition of The Platform. The Platform has been a production of our news department put together by Funaya Obemindukwe. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. I am well thrilled and do stay tuned as Waiting to Happen comes up next.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Still your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the news update at 1. The federal government is making plans towards the recovery of... Oh, they call my line again now. Hello?
Hello?
What
is happening? I've not been getting that desired result on my advert placed on radio.
You said you wanted a good place to showcase your products now.
Yes. Someone told me about Today 95.1 FM and I said I should call.
Okay, just come to Today 95.1 FM. I beg, I read news now, thanks.
On my way.
Sorry for that break. Still on the news, Governor of...
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
All right, good evening, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, and I'm with a very handsome man in the studio. I think you need to better my voice. It's a bit cracked, but we can do what we need to do. Yeah. All right, I'm with... So can you tell the beautiful house, what's your name?
Yeah, my name is Mr. Petrus Okebu, and financial market analyst, an e-trader, an investment analyst, fitness coach.
Okay.
And I have level 5 diploma in the School of the London Technicians.
Okay.
So I'm here to dish out knowledge on the people who want to understand how to make money.
And for sure, I know I will be a partaker of that knowledge. Okay, quick one, sir. Before I go further, can you tell us what more financial fitness seminar implies?
All right.
And when is going to take place?
Okay, every year we put out a program. We organize seminars that impact people positively.
Okay.
The name of this year's event is Financial Fitness Seminar. Now, and it's coming at the right time when people have made their new resolutions and are looking for opportunities out there on what they can do to achieve their goals. It's one thing to make resolution, make your financial goal aspirations, and one thing is looking for a way to achieve it. So this is the third month, and most people are still struggling on where to achieve this kind of thing. And the beautiful thing about this financial fitness seminar is a free event put together by FXTM. Now, a lot of people must have seen FXTM online. Now, FXTM is a regulated online financial brokerage firm.
Okay.
We have offices in Lagos, Abuja, here in Port Harcourt. We've been in existence since 2011. And this seminar is something we started. We've done it in Lagos. We've done it in Abuja. We did it in Port Harcourt some time ago last month. So people called us back to come back.
I think I saw you here last month.
Yeah. So people called us back to say they want to participate because it has been impacting in people's life. First of all, it gives you an opportunity to meet, to know how to use your phone, trying to look for better opportunities there. What you can do, with the little resources within your means to make ends. Okay. So it's going to be guardian of the financial analyst. For you to be successful, there are things you need to do. First of all, you need to make sure your finances are fit. Now, how do you do that? A lot of people every day, all throughout 2019, people struggle to lose weight. because we are on lockdown. So people struggle to lose weight. They ask you to do exercise, go and start doing exercise, which is good.
Yes.
But what they didn't tell us is that in as much as doing physical exercise, you need to make sure you're financially fit.
Mental fitness
Mental fitness. Now,
exactly.
Financial fitness, that's the greatest. If you're not financially fit, you have mental sickness,
exactly.
and that is killing. So people need to look at it that, listen, this year you must look for a way to make money. You have to look for a way to make your finances fit. So one good thing about it is that how to be financially fit by diversifying your funds and also making sure you participate in what I called in e-trading. Now, I've spoken a lot about e-trading business, and people have neglected it. Look at what happened during the lockdown. A lot of people that never integrated online presence in their businesses, we are locked down. So e-trading is something that has come to stay. What is e-trading? Electronic way of doing things. Things have gone digital.
Like making money from home.
Or making money from home.
Exactly.
Look, in the Western world, a lot of countries are still on lockdown.
Lockdown, yes.
But they are still making money. They are feeding their families because they are connected to this e-trading. Now, in Nigeria, a lot of people have been looking for a way to trade crude oil, trade gold. But the fear is that I must have physical gold before I can trade gold. But e-trading gives you opportunity to look for ways you can trade currency, gold, without physically owning them. And it gives you another way to diversify your source of income. You can earn extra income, still work doing that your 9-to-5 job. If you know what the salary is, and know that your salary is static, everything, income, expenses are piling up, and you don't want to leave that job. So all you need to do, use that phone that you always use Facebook, use that phone, you always do all these things. So to make sure you connect with e-trading and make money. So it's a simple thing that the only possible way to acquire knowledge about e-trading is when you attend this financial fitness seminar. And a lot of people have gotten their fingers burned because of lack of knowledge. But they've gone into e-trading, they've got their fingers burned, but have sent money to somebody to trade for them. It didn't work out. Because this is because you don't have the basic knowledge. All you need in Southern East part of the country, people send their children to Onitsha to learn how to sell perfume as they say 6 years.
How to learn the trade, yes.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
So if people are doing that, what gives you that knowledge is key in everything you're doing. You have to acquire the knowledge. So this seminar, I'm bringing the gurus from FXTM to dish out. It's a free event coming up.
Like
here.
FOC.
Yes. It's a free event coming up this Friday. This 11th of March, and also on 12th of March on Saturday. For it to be 11th of March, the venue is at River State IC Center, which is at Aba Expressway, opposite Pleasure Park, a very popular place. Time is 10 a.m. On Saturday, we have another edition for those that will not make it on Friday. It will take place at Mina Morrison Center, which is at 8786 Oluwabasanjo Road. So it's a very popular thing. So you need to prepare yourself. It's a free event to walk in and learn alternative ways you can use your phone to make money, alternative ways you can grow your income, and make sure you will be successful this year.
All right, so I want to ask this quick question.
Yeah.
Who should attend this seminar? Is it just limited to the rich, or then the average? Can the poor also? Like, if you say poor, we won't say physically poor, monetarily. We can talk about mental poverty. So can it also involve those that are not capable mentally
the thing is this. Now, the way Nigeria is, as long as you're 18 and above, you are supposed to be responsible for every decision you take. So everybody in Nigeria know that we are in an economic recession. So you know that, listen, that job I'm doing, if you listen to me, that job you're doing, your salary is not meet up the expense. Inflation rate is very high.
Exactly.
So you need, for you to be physically fit, you need to devise alternative ways of making money. So it is for everybody who understands that, listen, I can't survive with a single source of income and I can't leave the job I'm doing. So I have access to phone. Let me amaze you. In Nigeria today, we have over 19 million people that have access to internet. But every day, people are looking for job. But the truth is that they've not looked inward to know that there are opportunities out there on their phone that they can connect.
So many of them, all they do is Instagram, Facebook,
Let me show. How can
Snapchat.
somebody wake up in the morning and you're brushing your teeth, you snap picture and say brushing things in this modern economy?
Hashtag
brushing teeth.
Loving me.
I'm telling you, if you are doing anything that doesn't have economic value, you should put a stop to it because economy is going down. You need to wake up. Government is not ready to give palliative. So anybody, you can attend this event, regardless of who you are. Be a corporate worker. You that OAP, listen to me now. If you understand that you need to make money, you need to understand this. Be an entrepreneur, businessman.
Be a sit-home person too.
Sit-home person that as long as you have this drive and allowed to do something else. A lot of people have made procrastination. I will. But this time around, you have that phone. Even if you don't have a smartphone, you need to acquire the knowledge to make money. So this is e-trading, and it's free for everybody to attend.
Goodbye to procrastinations. Okay, moving forward. Are there any requirements to participate at this ultimate trading formula event?
All right. It is free event, like I said.
Okay.
All you need to do is, first of all, have the zeal to learn how to make money. Governments are not going to give out palliative again. We are in recession. So you have to create your own palliative. You have to wake up from slumber. Don't blame anybody. Stop going to churches and say somebody.
The village people are.
It is you now, because you're not doing anything. Look inward. That's your phone. Now, to participate, because during the on Friday and Saturday, we're going to observe all COVID-19 protocols. And before you be part of the seminar, you need to make sure you reserve your spot. Now, to reserve your spot, all you need to do, pick up a phone, choose a day that is most convenient for you. It's a 2-day program.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday.
I don't expect to attend the boat. If you want Friday, type the letter PH1, and send us an SMS to 080 955 32211. I repeat, if you want to attend the Friday event, type the letter PH1 as an SMS and send us an SMS to 080 955 32211. Now, if you're going to want to attend Saturday because you're going to be engaged on Friday, type the letter PH2 and send us an SMS to the same number, 080 955 32211. Now, this program is not just about enlightenment, telling you how to make money, telling you how opportunities out there. We also try to empower people. All right. So it's also an empowerment program. Now, if you listen to me now, the first 50 people, I can't empower everybody, but I have to be selective. The first 50 people to send PH1 to reserve a spot for Friday, or PH2 to reserve a spot on Saturday, and send us an SMS to 080 955 32211 and be amongst the first 50 persons I'm going to see inside the hall. I'm giving them free $10 trading voucher.
Wow.
Free $10. So I'm going to teach you how to make money, teach you opportunity to make sure you stay financially fit. I'm also going to empower the first 50 people with $10 to make money. Somebody just told Mr. Petrus, I would like to do this business, but since it's called e-trading, I don't have a smartphone. I want to tell you, if you're that kind of person, I want to tell you this. Not having a smartphone shouldn't be a barrier.
Exactly.
The most important thing is knowledge, that you get the right knowledge from the right source. FXTM is the right company. They are additional free. This is free. Come and get the knowledge free. However, on Friday and on Saturday, one lucky participant on each day is going to go home with a brand new Samsung A20 phone.
Are you kidding
brand
me?
New phone.
I think no. I think on this note, I think I'll be the first person. I'll be the person to open the gate.
So it is a total bonus. And again, not just that, we have free refreshment. So this is a total package for you. You have an opportunity to learn how to make money in e-trading. A lot of people are looking for a way to learn how to do forex business. They've not. This is an opportunity for them. Now, after that, I'm giving some first 50 people $10 trading voucher to test this market and see how it is.
Can you beat
Not just that, I'm also giving somebody, one person on Friday, on a Saturday, an opportunity to go home with a brand new Samsung phone, and also going to be refreshment for all. This is a total bonanza. So pick up your phone, reserve your spot, type PH1 to attend on Friday, or PH2 to attend on Saturday, and send us an SMS to 080 955 32211. I repeat, 080 955 32211. The date is this Friday, the 11th of March, and on Saturday, the 12th of March. Time is 10 a.m. For 11th of March, the venue is at River State ICT Center, which is at the opposite Pleasure Park, Aba Expressway, while the Saturday is at Minamiro Morrison Plaza, which is at 8687 Obasanjo Road. Time 10 a.m. You have nothing to lose. It's a free event. If you walk in there, if you don't like what you're getting, you're free to walk out.
Okay, now are there any risks involved in this?
Now,
because Nigerians, they'll say, if I stretch forth, my time, even they don't put in their money, but they stretch for their time. They'll say, I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to make end up going home and biting my fingers, saying I wish I knew I wouldn't have wasted my time. So are there risks involved in this?
What I've seen in Port Harcourt, I've received a lot of calls in Port Harcourt when people say they have seen people who offer them money that they will trade for them and giving them 10% every month. Now, let me tell you this. There are risks. Making mistakes, giving people money, and they run away with their money. These are things you need to know. So pick up your phone now, type PH1 to attend on Friday, or PH2 to attend on Saturday, to send us an SMS to 080 955 32211. Remember, I said the first 50 people I'm going to see, they send SMS, PH1 or PH2 to that number, and be among the first I'm going to see in the hall. I'll be giving free $10 to voucher. Free $10 to voucher. So also, one lucky participant, this is an opportunity to win a phone. One lucky participant on Friday and on Saturday who's going to go, one person is going to go home with a brand new Samsung Galaxy phone. Imagine that.
I love the sound of that, actually.
Refreshment for all. So you have nothing to lose. Although we've gone 3 months of the inside the 2021, but the year is still fresh.
Very
a
fresh.
day begins a story. You can tell your success story by attending the seminar.
Exactly, Port Harcourt. A little drop of water makes a mighty ocean. But now, moving forward, what should participants expect during and after the summit?
They have a lot to expect. First of all, you're going to be have an opportunity to learn how to make money. First of all, you're going to have an opportunity to know more about the e-trading business. Okay. You have an opportunity to go home with a brand new phone. You have an opportunity to go home with be part of the people that win the $10. You have an opportunity to network with people, to learn from people's mistakes. Because the best way to learn from people's mistakes, not making a mistake. So, and apart from that, we're going to organize a workshop for you to train you more and make sure you are successful in this present.
Wow.
So you need to attend this seminar. It is free of charge.
All right, now before you go, Mr. Petrus. I really like the sound of your name, actually. Okay, before you go, please tell us the date, venue, time for the summit, and how to register.
All right, the venue is a 2-day event. The 11th, Friday 11th, and on Saturday 12th. 11th will take place at Friday will take place at River State IT Center, which is opposite Pleasure Park, Aba Expressway. While on Saturday will take place at Mina Morrison Plaza by 8687 Oluwabasanjo Road. Time 10 a.m. on both days. Now to participate, choose a day that's most convenient for you. For Friday, type PH1. For Saturday, type PH2, and send us an SMS to 080-955-32211. 080-955-32211. Remember I said the first 50 people I'm going to send SMS and be among the first people I'm going to see the hall who's going to go home with the free $10 trading voucher. Also, they're going to be lucky draw on Friday and Saturday. One person on each day. You're going to go home with a brand new phone, Samsung Galaxy phone. Also going to be light refreshment for all. You have nothing to lose. Stop blaming the government. Take the bull by the horn. Make yourself a rich man. Make sure your finances stay fit.
All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Petrus.
Thank you for having me.
It was really nice having you. And the way you call the number, it's really, really convincing. You know, there's this energy whenever you call the number, and it's really, really exciting. Port Harcourt, here you have it. All you need to do is type the number, the code to the number, and do the needful PH1 to 080-955-32211. Then PH2 on Saturday to 080-955-32211. That is it. Thank you very much, Mr. Petrus.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, sir.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up, it's a lovely day out there.
You've been listening to today's quest here on Today 95.1.
Sai, Dawu, Eyene Kami. Avari, Irioko, Akauke Nang, where you reko? Abeg, do a diversion. Make we enter Today FM 95.1, and now waiting they happen. Nine they happen for Parakard. Mba, cause no ye. Sai, Dawu, Eyene Kami. Avari, Irioko, Akauke Nang, where you reko? Abeg, do a diversion. Make we enter Today FM 95.1, and now waiting they happen. Nine they happen for Parakard. Mba, cause no ye.
Move your mama.
worry don't. Utuwasi. Abasi move yonga bo mama mi oh. Si afo mane mi teyen fo nambo worry don't. Nam sibi wo. Nam. Obiye mara mi eso e pa mo jozo. Sa furu nam de kuwen mi oh nambo worry don't. Nam. Nam diega. Il rentre de son et pas mon ton et bambin. Ça fourri nam de gouen mieux, nam go what it on.
Okay, people of Parakaro, we don't come. Hey, you see, on Sunday, my body is with me because my sugars and it take me out and I enjoy myself because I don't even understand. You know, love came very late because I've been talking on the month of February. Say I get to fall in love, but I can't resolve waiting to happen now. And the way they sang, you know, say the level don't change. Everything don't the entire hemoglobin because I am very, very fulfillment as a woman that I is. Oh, yes, people are Parakona, baby girl. When they answer 11 name, and after that 11 name, you go put your foot a bit twice. If your M pass 11, you know reach 11, or I tell them, they have to talk about. Oh, yes, not be 11 be that. Let me tell you who is me, so that you will not be a very, very detrimental escapunion. My name now. Swagger babies, the sweet babe. We don't get pimple for face. The pimple for our face. If you boss me for face, I grow for your armpit. My name na funny. Would they make a first if I get the death mark? Panicona Fia. What baby can get left in my time? You told the swagger baby. The honorable minister for after the young man, gifty, pretty, pretty. The golden carrot, your kinto, rafinto, are Jerusalem baby. Oh, Jess. My body does feed me today because my sugar boy don't they step up as in 16 years, but I don't they teach him some deep things about love. So it took me out on Sunday and he wowed me. It be a surprise for me, but I was, taken out of the boat. So, honey, tell them and say, don't come in, make people of Paragon know, say, I get a man by under my side.
Yeah, people me they greet everybody.
Okay, now this mic, now you there. Yeah, they talk, make they hear you.
Yeah, people they greet everybody.
Wait, why your voice they sang low now? Are you not happiness for me?
If you hear my voice, if I tell you waiting happen or Sunday, guy, you go vex for me.
Osias, my feel boy. About me and you get a phone now. And you made I was on Sunday. You took me call this thing now.
Not just to say we get a phone, no. See,
you can't be good education now. I chop rice. I chop
it. Happen on Sunday. Me say no expect from me at all.
What's in you?
That's how that girl can say what do you care for? You can't stop
the waiter. You know, say a man is a waiter, a woman is a man is a waitress. A woman is a waiter. That is
see. Me I dey look see they say pikin we go sabi book. Now small. I don't to manage. I don't tire. Because when I start this relationship, they say small. You go change. Now not they improve. Not they calm down.
I don't be ashamed of this. So how one get change now?
You know, say when that girl come, you know, say later I call they laugh me. Say I tell her say me bring sharp man for a call and say me she come back again. She me to say you want to something reasonable because I say me bring sharp man. Why go toss a sharp man?
I say make you bring two now. Say 1 cup, not a roomy. I don't think satisfactory with 1 cup. I say brought 2 cups. That is a Chapman.
Apart from that one, get what you do again. Make me vex. How you go drink finish? You see they leak the this in the cup.
The cup.
For public, you know they say big man they there. Because they let me down.
Why they
call you baby. See like this baby a bone myself. You don't to use not be mal.
What's in a room now? You know say I'm there for this country. The wastage food. Even for where don't even a goosey soup.
Oh my guys, you know say my guys they be there because they will be this your sugar my way they talk for radio they misbehave like this. Why you like you don't know.
But even when I the crack bone safe, you know say I'm there. I know the waste food.
See. If you crack, but that's what I say for a jail. I feel also okay. Now based on the way the food tastes sweet. I go there if you go there pour for my do.
But also they do something now. If they
now for public, not they do like that for public, not be so.
So that make when I propose marriage to you, you know cream marriage me. Me will be woman. I don't tell you on Sunday say I want to marry you.
You form my hand, you know see my face cause they laugh me and I say fresh boy like me 60 years old pikin. Cause they carry 45 years old do my go. Okay, sure, cause they just mess up the place.
But when they bring curry and soup, now they come carry cutlery, they give me for waiting. I know the rural can't say, leave me alone. I know the
they bring you see, they bring knife and this is spoon. You for just manage.
Knife and fork. I don't carry knife and fork. Customer carry chop carry.
You for manage now public you dey for manage.
Now I wash my hand. I beg. Wait in our room.
See, body way say you today collect the garri, you know they cut am small. You know say for public you go dey cut garri small.
I cut am big.
They cut am big, and if you dey so you do waiting, you open your eye like when you that first time collect am, you open your eye like say you wan swallow me call dey fear, my body call dey shake. Don't be so you do for public.
But for tell me listen for house now, why you come carry and come inside the studio? Come dey tell people of Parakon now. Say I no get a etiquette.
No,
etiquette
the food ethic you no get am because me sef you know say my voice dey down. You make me vex or you know good or Sunday. You're the way to shop, not be say you shop.
So let me go and carry engagement ring, give you on Sunday. I say, Pastor, one pray for me in front of everybody. Then make you not create acceptance my ring.
You that's way do you not make sense. Not be so. I don't say many times. I just say go change. I just say this thing way they do you. Nah, just normal. I don't say this thing I follow come for change. I don't see my friend because they laugh me say me be 16 years so wait to go make me follow you. Because they laugh me now. Say and that's why I want to end my career.
Okay, no fix now.
Me they vex because I don't know if person dey for this kind of palaba now. Wait till they go. Wait people won't tell me. My friends don't they laugh me. Don't they like this? Me tired, don't tired. This that me don't tired.
So if you don't tire, waiting I'll come tube. If you tire me, I go tube. Now waiting you tell me.
You go fit tune in or tune out anything. I don't know.
But this thing what I do say, job. I don't face. I don't tube pamper you. Now waiting happen. Me say I don't waiting in my mind. What was it?
You know say waiting make you say you fall in love with me now because say me be fresh boy.
I know.
Not get people.
I don't get you not get people. Now. But now you don't come they disgrace me. This can't happen on Sunday. You carry me say one go for baby dedication reception. We go finish. I the job they say embarrassment you. I lick finger. You say what lick finger. I carry the fucking knife. I keep one side. I carry hand wash. I crack the bone. You say what they crack the bone. They do crack.
If you form for package yourself now public could say now they do like that. You make me shame. My friend, I could even they laugh me say first of all, me be 16 years, call the one person they 45 years for relationship.
Okay now, if Chapman na one cup, two cup, is it not a Chapman?
No, still Chapman they call now. Not be this will not be tense, not be singular.
But if I tell me now.
Oh, you don't pray. You don't make my friend. They still they laugh me. If I come off with you, still they laugh me. You don't form my hand.
Okay, told them that I am a apologetic.
What you talk?
I am a apologetic.
Not be so. You tell me say get BSc. Now they make me verse. You should say get BSc.
I no face now. I can now. You know.
Don't be apologist. My apology.
I tell them that I am apology.
You say it be apology. No be so they talk on now.
What? How can I talk now?
Oh, you don't feel like this English be passing. You don't feel like this English be passing.
I try make a meet up now. I think that's you. As I carry you safe, so make I bring you. You just remember.
English be passing.
I don't face.
You don't face.
After this market, what?
And the Vice President Yemi Osibanjo, Executive Director of the NPHCDA, Dr. Faisal Shuaib, reassured that there is no difference between the COVID-19 vaccine received by the President and the one that Nigerians will be vaccinated with. The Lagos State Primary Health Care Board has said COVID-19 vaccination in the state will be done in phases in line with the federal government plan. The board explained that the vaccine will be conducted in 4 phases until all eligible persons are vaccinated. Ogun State Governor Prince Dapo Abiodun has taken delivery of 50,000 doses of AstraZeneca Oxford COVID-19 vaccine donated to the state by the federal government. The governor received the vaccines at the governor's office in Abeokuta shortly after the arrival of the state team led by Commissioner of Health Tomi Koka. On the foreign scene, the United States Center for Disease Control has said people who have been fully vaccinated can gather indoors without wearing a mask.
Today's news in 60.
We don't come back. Sharp. This is where me and my sugar boy now will at you. We don't start work. The first mattress. What we carry come this evening. Now the first one. Now a woman where they catch they beating 24-year-old daughter. Instead the picking. They don't go become drunkard because her husbandry. When the case small, now they already picking where they get. The girl no say you know one go school. Now because of how the man they carry this kid, they go inside bar to go they drink. So the girl don't become drunkard. As in they go to the kid they carry the kid now. So the girl they watch them, as in they drink. Now the girl don't become she don't become champion legend. Now because the man don't they old, he don't carry the mantle, the battle and offer to the girl.
Yes,
so the mother now they beat them. So people now don't conquer that. Now the girl say no be in fault. They say a lie. say na the papa fault. The girl say na father fault. The woman say na the husband the fault. So now who get the fault? Now the girl na the father. You understand? Wait first, second mattress. This one, you get one all these house cases them. Because the discussion family crisis.
Yes.
All these house cases them. I don't know whether they go start to carry house cases. You understand? Because this case, they catch the girl, a neighbor for upstairs. Because this case. This small picking in parents they for downstairs.
Okay.
Na rented apartment. So this their upstairs neighbor. Come carry phone. They feel you. When the house came, they beat the small picking of 3 years.
Sure.
In say when they come catch the girl, they come carry the video, come play for the parents of this child. If they match the girl, carry better iron stick. They flog this girl. The girl body don't red and the girl yellow. The small picking yellow, even like in mama. So now they come say, why you gonna beat this girl? And she's afraid they lie. But when the neighborship for upstairs come play the video, saying they catch him.
Yeah.
Now in country, them say, now the Oka wife, they beat them like animal too. Say, in madam, they beat them way. So as in come out now, so you get to do the same thing to him picking. So now transfer of a mantle from madam to house girl, from house girl to small picking. You understand? That is it. So that the mantle no go lost. You understand me? That is the mattress. So you know the time no 2 days like that.
Yes.
So we could just leave for people make them put mouth to tell us how they feel about that drunkard 24-year-old kid. Where don't come become drunkard. He say father they drink. So the father don't hand over the mantle. The mother say the kid. Every time when this money father will carry and come up to go drunk to go drink. So the man a lawyer because he's called to the bar.
Okay, the man a lawyer.
Now even lawyer and drunkard now the same calling. They are called to the bar. You understand? They call to the bar.
Now the same spelling.
Now the same spelling now bar. B-A-R. You understand? So now people are for record. Now in addition to this thing, you go ask, you go anywhere you like you pick. You go tell the people of Today FM. What's in there wrong for girl to propose to a boy? You understand? What's in there wrong from girl to propose to a boy? Like you do me that on Sunday.
Yes.
In that my ring safe, I don't return and back because you not going to collect the ring. So now you say I disgrace you, I make it the
now
face.
the way you do, you not torturing me for body at all.
No problem. Now I don't make you no fakes. You understand? See, what's in there wrong for girl to propose to man? You understand? Then what's in be the best eating method?
Yes.
Option 1, spoon. Option 2, fork and knife. That is cutleries. Option C, wash your hand. You wash them way. You wash your hand. And how you use chop bone for public? Option 1, you go wash hand before you fire the bone down. Or you go carry the bone go house. Or option C. Option 1, you wash hand, then you carry the bone. You crack like I said on Sunday where Osas they fix. The option 2, you wash you carry you carry cutleries begin to divide the bone, they cut the bone. You understand? Based on two spacing where you be.
Yes.
Then option 3, you carry the bone inside waterproof, tie and put inside bag, go house. So that you go break and for house. So that people no go talk say you the disgrace them.
Now you for do that day.
And now waiting for 10 minutes. For 10 minutes.
You put her for Lilo.
You for 10 minutes to make her do am like
because you for my for put her for Lilo. That bag will carry. Don't say
Sugar,
that your big bag. You for put her.
And I carry the bag. I know if for 10 minutes say I swear I for
you for my
no face. Cool you arrested. Tell all those your guys that I am apology.
They hear also.
Tell them that I am apology for the chapman
no,
where
no,
I
no,
said
no.
they gave me.
No spoke that English. It's too correct. Not spoke that English. It's too correct.
Marifam.
Lead the English.
Okay, no
big
problem.
person.
Okay. Mo call your number 0817 0000951 08109510 WhatsApp and text message 07019339962. Ma call your number again. 0817 0000951 08109510 WhatsApp and text message send it twice to 07019339962. First mattress. Now woman wey beating daughter, 24-year-old daughter, say the kill don't become drunkard like in father. Say na transfer of mantle from father to daughter. You understand? Say the father now don't become a lawyer. He's called to the bar. Now the girl now don't need to go to school again because she's been called to the bar too. So now father is also a lawyer, daughter is a lawyer. That means the girl no waste in future.
Yes, no waste at all.
Sadly. Now second mattress. Now where the neighborship been carry phone the video where they beat the madam and Oka daughter. But then catch the gay lie. As this neighborship carry the video play. The gay lie say she can't agree and come to say now the way the madam they beat them. So now making get to treat the pikin too when they don't go work. The way they treat the mostly the madam they treat them.
Yes.
So you get to do the same thing to their daughter. You understand? They waiting be the best eating method. Option A, now to use spoon. Option B, fork and knife, cutleries. Option C, you go wash your hand. Then how you they use chop bone for public? Option A, you go wash your hand before you carry the thing crack for your mouth. Make your money no wastage. Option B, you go use cutleries to chop the bone. Option C, you carry the bone inside waterproof with tie and carry am go house. Make you no be say the money wastage. Then what thing they wrong for woman to propose marriage to man? That is the mattress. So that is the number to call 0817-0000951. 0810-951-0951. WhatsApp and text message, send it to ETY 070193399962. That is the number to call. Just choose one of the topic or two. If you talk more than two, I will call you because time don't go. More the pick or they go. Over and out. Hello?
Hello, Bakarami.
Hey, good evening. Welcome.
How do you know?
If you come now, I see you now.
Yes, so now George from Igrita.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Mbakara, number one, if you know get style, as long as you dey enjoy yourself.
I think you say, Osas, don't get up.
That your 16 years boy no love you.
I think wrong, sir.
If he love you, go dey proud say you dey express your feelings for him. Number one, you express your feelings by eating as he takes with you. One. Number two, you calm me down. As those say they won't pour you anointing. Propose, give a Mary better.
Yes.
I won't make you disown them. I get one of my junior brother, where they are, we talking love you. So he want to take over. And himself now 15, he nobody 15.
Oh, 15. I think you see him, Osas. I think you don't see him now. You tell me say I no get level.
You not get level, not see people with it.
No problem now.
Now number two. The one way sweet authority me pass now say 2 people are called to the bar.
Okay. Thank you, my brotherhood. Okay, number 2 people say that woman, she go win case way.
No.
She go win case because 2 already are called to the bar, daughter and husband. And I tell you, okay, make we enter WhatsApp and text message, they read they go, This one say, for my, this one say, funny Udeme, live for us, so make you not go leave you like Uwem. I think you see.
Oh, I don't feel leave you.
Okay, this one say, my mama interview was hemoglobin. I don't laugh tire with your crack voice. Now moving forward, in Ruth chapter 1, the fourth now from both of them. The other chapter in Ruth chapter 2 was horrendous and wicked by that kid. So now you don't despoil Osas. It's alright. Now cha be this. Okay, this one say, Udeme, I think they hear me.
I hear you.
Udeme, my swagger baby, I see you now. Osas, my for in the grid you my for.
Malian.
He said I choose to carry that means the bone go house. Cause me I like bone pass the shame safe.
Na quite bon.
Abe. Okay, love you people, Abe. We love you too. Okay, people are for record. Okay, people don't they call already. Call plenty here. Wait, Edo. Choose 2 topics, Abe. And waiting they don't forget to propose to man, Edo.
Hello, Deme.
I'm with you, good evening.
Yes, the man for me, what friend?
Yeah, you're very welcome, sir.
Yes, that proposal. I want to propose man. Me, I not like him. I'm not supposed to propose woman.
Okay.
Then the other one where you go, whether you go use hand or spoon when you want to eat. All of us in Africa, we don't behave like Oyibo. Because you get some bones where you go see for public study, you go like to wash your hands, eat that well as an African man.
Exactly.
No, we know they do like Oyibo. And you, where they use food, they do that thing. You go hungry to chop that thing. Chop the food. Because some people they there. Some people they there, you go they use shame. It's not so small, liver. Wash hand like black ass Africa, but eat your food, wash your hand. Now hand the way this food we God give us.
Yeah, so.
Okay, God bless.
I beg, thank you very much.
I'm just talking mind.
You don't talk in mind, I beg. I like this, Edo. Everybody, 2 topic, I beg, Edo.
Sweetie, oh sweet.
This is me, over and out.
My name is Johnson, I come from Harlem.
You understand? Welcome, my brotherhood, I beg. Talk to us, make we yes you.
Yes, yeah, they like to use hand chop.
Okay.
And that's your man with it there. Because no.
Now be that.
That's your Ghana way want marry you. When you propose to.
Okay, humble Osas, where talks are disgrace them.
Yes.
In there,
yeah. I did.
Like you.
So, hey, I've been waiting to make you talk like that.
Why do they condemn you because you use hands?
No, bro.
I lick my finger. And the crack bone, crap.
My people did there. I will plenty.
Now, nothing there bad there.
Big men, they people as in rich me, bro.
It no matter. I like the name for that one. Take over.
Okay. The way she say crack the bone, everything. She like the way she do.
You don't see him. He say like him. You know
he dey support. You should say not give him money, not be away.
I don't bribe him.
Now away people.
Now don't bribe him. Hello. Yes, good evening. This is me, over and out.
What up for that?
I agree to bros. Good evening.
I bet every time maybe one why it go be our task. Which one way is every time you know quarrel with the woman?
Now they find trouble. I go tell me say I lick finger.
I don't even know what make me and you come out go this event for Sunday.
You know good now this bone matter. Like it be at 10. It's like person where they run. If you run reach where I fence today, now you go decide whether you go climb them or not.
So that means so make I not go to the chop. So make I not dey crack my bone for outside again. Now what you dey tell me?
now, big men food there, bro. So big men are food there. So if now you did for my shoe, what you go do?
I even there under your shoe, I see what they happen.
Okay, thank God. God bless you, brother.
No bad. The embarrassment don't too much.
You don't too much now. I go they lick. You see, you full fish. I call they use and they lick the they use and they rub the plate. They do.
We are done go to the
you know, see now weekend like a driver to weekend now 2 or 4 now go do the MC. Cause they call me baby. Cause they call me baby for dear me baby. Because I did 16 years baby. Me vessel. You they loud, they advise me. Sleepless night, big one. But I don't say nothing cure him.
Sarah, this one go kill me. Okay, but I Rebecca men no face now. Okay, I order for 2 chap men.
Wait, now 2 chap man, not easy. Still na radio day. No tough sharp men again. A sharp man. Stay simple correct. Are they correct now? So say na so she dey talk. Oh my, na so she dey boo.
You be better man. I hope you know the snore.
Hey, that place now wahala.
Na generator.
You don't see motor when we for no dey body waka.
Man diesel engine.
Bros. What we dey for our next house said even that's without the 100 every day. Not be gen.
No worry, see.
They take the war.
Okay, thank you for your advice.
I go try. Thank you. See, Osas, this is where the room is not cool, but it is well. It is well.
I know say anywhere wedding.
But you know say anywhere, you know that you like am or not. I am your sugar mama. I am your sugar Mary. And you are my sugar son. You know, so you understand that. I started like this. I don't acquire BSc, HND, PhD, MSc, NQC.
Wait, only you now get all those things.
Yes, I have gone far for what? I don't saw what.
MPC, LSC, MCC, BBC,
even ATM.
BBC, IT.
Yes, man, tell you. I don't tell you say I don't go far. When I tell you something, say me tell you say okay. Now you even tell me say baby.
That girl was that close to you. That they laugh you. That girl is that close to you. Daddy also did they laugh.
After you come snap with me, finish.
You they laugh. You say look at that girl that says she works in a radio station. She cannot express herself in public. And you hear they talk.
So are the crack bone.
Say they crack bone. Also a bishop. You know see all those girls they do cut. They do the knife. He go eat for this thing. Or cotton.
All those cut like they eat for play.
They eat and they.
But that medicine and cut.
Everybody shop. You think because it make me vex? Say everybody shop remain small rice. So remain gari. You shop everything finish.
I go the waste food. Another waste food.
Not be wasting your food. Now packaging.
Which kind of packaging? Who packaging help?
Port Harcourt they package.
What you consign me? I beg, excuse me. I no cares about. I no cares about.
I know say
Forget about.
nobody go feel invite to go better occasion again.
Excuse me. It doesn't concern me for me.
Because of the first fish up their rice. Okay.
I'm still waiting up one from the one them to make in Canada and wait for plate. A man put them for waterproof.
Now you
Nigeria no good. I need the waste food.
Now you go work out go house. You carry. Do I remain? They gather around.
The disgrace why I disgrace you say for that one why I do on Sunday now small. Make we come out again. We just not go do you. That way I put one for finger. They lick up. You never start after the 2 chap men why I drink. You never start anything. People that for record. What's be the best eating method? Spoon. Option A, spoon. Option B, fork and knife, aka cutleries. Option C, you wash your hand. You settle down. And how you dey use chop bone for public? You dey carry them for waterproof, they go house. Or you dey carry cutleries, they divide them. Or you dey wash your hand like me, crack them. Crack the bone into 2, like iron of sunder. The bars of iron, you call it a sunder. In Jesus' name, over and out. Let's enter WhatsApp and this message. And what's in there wrong? Forget to propose to a man. Then the mattress with the discussion, face mattress. Chapter 95 verse 1 FM. Chapter 95 verse 1A, he say that a woman, they beat him picking 24-year-old daughter, say, the father don't call him to bar as a drunkard. And the father too, na legendary drunkard. He don't retire now, he don't hand over the battle, the man to his daughter. So the girl, she don't go school. She don't find her destiny, which is a lawyer, a barrister for bar. She's called to the bar too.
With a certificate.
Now the difference now, I say she not to wear that they are weak now remain inside the bar. So that means any bar where they say kai, you don't to carry wig under their gown. Hang there.
Just
yes. You understand?
You
understand? There is second mattress na kid where we say they beating Oka Madam Pekin said as a catch me send the madam they treat them anyhow. So you get to pick the Pekin. That is it. Let me enter WhatsApp and text message. This one say good evening, funny with them and co. The girl need deliverance, so may God help her. There is nothing really wrong for a girl to propose her to a man that she rough. Just that in Africa, we are not used to that kind of arrangement. Best eating method is anyone that will enable you to eat the food and enjoyment it. Thanks, comrade Michael B. Yaya. Now he send this one. This one say, okay, this one will be our own. Okay, make you enter text message. This one say for text message here. Odeme, my swagger baby, how is you? I too like you, babe. This one say Odeme, and Osas. Now my hand that they wash chop well, and they crack the bone. For public, if you not finish, if you not finish, they put them for nylon, carry and go house. Forgive for SARS, for you know not what he's doing. How do you feel it? I hear you, my brother.
That person who put Bible.
Forget about.
Forgive you does not know what he's doing.
This one say, Udems, hello, fire on. Nothing does you, my sister. Chop your bone. Me too, I like them. No to those young boys. Okay. No, say this young. Okay, you know, say I saw these young boys. They take shame. They take shame. Go back home hungry. Okay, and they make your program always from Uncle MC in Port Harcourt. I think you don't see him now.
You say Nasu.
Nasu now. You don't hear the all yourself. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good evening.
Evening. My name is Apple.
Apple.
How are you?
I don't find. Don't chop you. Wait, be that.
Apple of God.
Except you're the apple of his eyes.
How are you?
I'm good.
I'm good to hear.
Oh,
okay, I want to contribute on the issue of the house girl.
Okay. Talk to us, sir.
Correct. You know, so the matter not the small matter.
Oh, yes, go get belly.
Yeah, on a very serious note, you know, if Madam and Oga will get house girl and house boy, they know they take care of the house girl, like say, not their own personal person. So that means when Oga and Madam come out, an opportunity for the house girl to take over now. So now be the matter with that. So people when they keep house girls, you need to try to treat your house girls like say now your
own children. Exactly.
That is correct. So that they think the house girl will also take care of their children like my own sisters and brothers. So the matter be say, what did the girl do? Don't be say I they support and say a good thing.
Okay.
So, but the woman and the man, which is the madam and Oga, they need to learn a lesson from them so they can be treating other people just
children well.
Their children.
Okay.
Now through your talk, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, yeah, manage now, later now.
Okay, 2K. I think you don't, and I don't get everybody for Parakon. You get house K. You know, say some people say the way they dress them children up and they house K. When you see me go, just know, say, now house K be this.
And so tell you, they give the food, they don't buy one small plate.
Like, na dog, where they for, na human dog.
If na stew, they will put a couple small. Couple one big spoon.
I tell you, make with a pick or they go. Hello? And okay, this one done disconnection. Okay, people of Parakon, if you want anytime we will do live on for our show, you gonna see us live on Today FM, at Instagram at Funny Udeme on Instagram, That where they say come and type FUNNYUDEME. Then if you don't send me friend request over close to I think 1,000 something requests, they pay and never accept. I wait, could you accept? My sugar bunch, no, they allowance me.
No color like that. I'm saying they color.
My sugar bunch now.
Nah, Mark Zuckerberg.
My sugar box.
Okay, Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, now my sugar burger.
Burger.
I don't know.
You know, say it be work for Julius. It be work for Julius Berger, and I first get that side.
So that man don't hustle before.
He don't hustle.
Okay, no problem. But in case you send a request, I don't accept. I beg. You just go like my page. You go they make comedian. Now my normal Facebook this thing be that. If you say I never accept, I beg. No be. I am not a pride person. I don't have a proud.
You're humble.
I'm humble. Just go change like my page. See, I go take type the name to like my page. So that anything what I do here, you go see them. All my videos too, you go see them, watch, laugh. The FUNN na small letter. FUNN na small letter. Then the Y will make them funny, na capital letter. Then the Udeme na capital letter. Capital UDEME. That's my page, You go see one sweet girl where they take selfie. I wear white top with bead. I wear face cap, sweet Malay. Yes. They take me selfie as I take myself selfie. I set my lip like I want kiss person. You understand? This is me over and out. Then my YouTube channel, just go type Funny Udeme. For now we don't subscription. I thank you way.
People don't subscribe.
Okay, not be subscription.
No, people don't subscribe.
You see why I rub this my sugar son. They teach me what I need to knowledge.
I know say if you fall your hand for here, and I not fly me for your hand for the other side.
Okay, no problem.
Me the voice, my voice now did down. Wait till do me or Sunday. You see they worry me.
Sorry, no face now. Calm down. I don't make you.
What you doing?
Good evening.
You them for?
Are they fine? How is you now?
I'm very, very fine.
Oh, Jess.
I won't put the margin for the one where you say you go there, you go chop, lick the hand. Sometimes they make you not lick.
I lick my hand. I crack my bone, crack. In the face.
Where was that from?
I did.
I beg, make us tell you waiting at one.
I will bless Baba God there. At your side.
I will thank God.
How the family now?
You know the African man.
Bros, if you see people waiting for that side, big men, like people where they shop, where they package. I think say she will package herself.
My brother, leave packaging, leave that thing. They say anything where you be, make you be that thing. Make you don't say when you go outside, you go begin the song, when you come inside, you don't begin the be that thing where you be for outside. Where you be?
Bros, you know it's hello, you know they make me vex. She does shop price finish. She does shop price finish. The oil like the stew waiting for the plate. You can't hand they lick the this thing. They don't. Cause they can't down public with they not the yes. So much children cause say look at this old man, look at this old woman. Look what she's doing. She's committing suicide. She's got affiliation. Small children.
We there for UK.
Small children, I see.
We don't nothing.
Bros, if you there for my shoe, what you go do? If you are there for that event, what you go do?
I've seen they do save you, even the help them save they the one way no do well. You go help them now.
No, they help
back me up.
You go
back out.
You go carry waterproof, carry more waterproof, more bone inside.
The remaining one says that this and carry waterproof, package them now on a go.
Bro, so what talk now? We say my Malebu or Sunday, she did right.
She did right 100% now.
100%. I even give her. I will say, okay, next time we go again, make she just package herself. Every day the food, the order, make she package.
You know, so those ways say then they chop the liver. Them belly food. I think they said them belly food.
Who no belle phone now go carry the remaining
Now
one?
they tell us make you bring water, bring carry those remaining one inside the disgracer.
Bro, see for consider say as we did for year today, we do like as a public figure, social people maintain ourselves, but she not agree. To even the way she call even they break the bones and then they make me vex again. If they do crack. Shoe.
Who wear shoe? I know when they say that.
Who said the shoe I wear na Apple? I see package.
After I finish, now I can't down say I want engage him. He say no collect the ring.
I mean,
say disgrace.
I don't collect the ring again.
You don't collect the ring.
I know because of that thing happen.
Now better thing in yours missing no.
No. I'm say no love am.
I think you don't hear them now.
No, I love Male. Me love my sugar Male. Me love sugar Male. But that's what you should do. I love my sugar Male.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
What I take care.
Okay, you too, sir. Okay.